Falling in love can feel like the world's spotlight is shining down on you. All the adoration, all the attention is yours, and yours alone. But love's beaming light also has the power to blind. And if you're not careful, you can easily lose sight of the dangers lurking around you. July 7th, 1997. It's a Monday evening in the vibrant city of Atlanta, Georgia. But at 7 p.m., a young woman enters the local police station with terrifying claims.
She says her friend Tony is missing. She lets law enforcement know that Tony's involved in the sex trafficking world.
The police are certainly interested in what she has to say because sex trafficking has been an ongoing problem in Atlanta.
While the city has always had issues with prostitution, lately there has been a sharp uptick in sex trafficking crimes.
When you're involved in sex trafficking, it's totally different than regular prostitution.
Prostitution is done by consenting adults. It's paid, and the prostitute makes her own rules. Sex trafficking, women are kidnapped, either psychologically or physically, and they become property.
The young woman tells police her friend has been trafficked by a dangerous man named Darius Moore.
She's concerned because she knows that this man, Darius, has his claws in deep into Tony. She expressed to them that if they didn't step in immediately, that she could never be heard from again.
As police begin their search for Tony, they'll uncover the shocking story of a free-spirited young girl who got in too deep with the wrong man and became cheated by love.
She just got caught up in a lifestyle that wasn't meant for her.
In 1994, Tony Rivera was a vivacious 18-year-old with big talent and even bigger dreams.
She just loved to dance at any given time.
We would sit up and make up routines that she used to always say, I want to be on stage.
She always acted out on impulse. So it wasn't nothing for her to get out and start dancing. So everybody was drawn to her.
Tony's ambitions quickly outgrew the small town she called home.
I'm from a little town in South Carolina. It's right outside of Greenville. We only have one red light.
Everybody know everybody there.
She was ready to get out of the small town.
Tony craved action and excitement and fantasized of a fast-paced life in nearby Atlanta.
She enjoyed the limelight. She was looking for her path. She was looking for her stardom.
Atlanta's basically the hub of entertainment in the Southeast region, especially for the African-American community.
It's known for people trying to get discovered, people who wanted to be somebody, be famous, make it in Atlanta.
One weekend in March of 1994, Tony and her friend went down to the big city for Atlanta's famous Freaknik Festival.
Freaknik is a place where Black folk go with like the sororities, the Greeks. It's just an all-out Black party.
Freaknik was like the Black Spring Break. If you were young, Atlanta was the place to be for your spring break.
Women are out in numbers, flaunting their bodies, begging to be seen.
Upon arrival in Atlanta, Tony got out of the car, turned up the music, and began to dance.
I heard my favorite song. It was like go time for me. We ain't call it twerking back then. We call it the shake.
Toni and her friend immediately caught the attention of a few male festival goers.
I'm thinking I'm in my own little video. And as I'm dancing, I see this guy eyeing me. He was coming to the car. He was very athletic, six-pack, hustler haircut, hazel brown eyes. Just looking at him, you would fall in love.
The sexy stranger introduced himself as 25-year-old Darius Moore.
I was like, you know me? And he was like, no, but I want to get to know you.
She tries to play a little hard to get, tries to resist a little bit. That doesn't even last beyond a second.
His personality was just your city slicker. His attitude was just out of this world.
When Darius asked where the girls were staying, Toni confessed they hadn't thought that far ahead.
She had no place to stay. So he immediately was acting like the guy riding in on the white horse the night.
We had no money. And the couple dollars that we did have, it was just something for us to grab something to eat. And he was like, I tell you what, I'll get y'all a room. I was like, all right, you balling like that?
The two spent the rest of the weekend partying together.
Darius paid for them to get into clubs. Basically, the whole entire weekend was sponsored by Darius.
Everywhere they went, Darius's popularity was evident.
Darius seemed as if he had like a lot of respect. He was very popular in the city.
Every time we went somewhere, all the women looking at him. He shutting them down. Like, don't you see my shorty right here? And that just blew my mind. I got the baddest ninja on the planet, and everybody want him. And he's telling me I'm his.
Toni felt like the luckiest girl in the world and never wanted the magical weekend to end.
She felt like she was young and just like having it.
Toni began traveling to Atlanta as much as possible to spend time with her new man.
We was down here in Atlanta like every other weekend.
During every visit, Darius showered Toni with lavish gifts and made her feel like a queen.
She was being lavish with presents and experiences that she hadn't had coming from her little small town.
It was like whatever I asked for, I got. The only thing that came through my mind about him was he really feeling me.
She thought, this man is trying to take care of me. He cares a lot about me. He wants the best for me.
He came in and he just said, I got you. And to hear that made her feel a sense of security, like, this guy's got me.
I felt love. I got somebody that's stepping up to the plate to say, I'm his. To have me on cloud nine.
Toni was blinded by Darius's love and attention. Little did she know, her new man was leading her into a dangerous trap. One that would not only shatter her dancing dreams, but would tear her life apart.
As much as Toni loves Darius, she has no idea what she's getting herself into.
She's thinking that she's falling in love, but she doesn't know that Darius actually has a whole different plan.
He was grooming her. That's what he was doing.
In the summer of 1994, aspiring dancer Toni Rivera thought she found the man of her dreams in irresistible 25-year-old Darius Moore.
Darius did everything he could do to make Toni fall in love.
He knew the exact formula to give her what her heart desired.
I felt like I needed this attention. I felt love.
Toni envisioned her happily ever after with Darius. But 3 years later, she'd go missing and find herself trapped, separated from the world with no escape in sight. July 1997. Atlanta detectives are speaking with a friend of Tony's who claims the 21-year-old is in desperate need of their help. She believes that Tony has been forced into a sex trafficking ring by Tony's boyfriend, Darius Moore.
She says Darius has a violent streak and would never let Tony leave. She's actually his prized possession. She wants police to rescue her friend before it's too late.
Tony fell madly in love the very first weekend she met Darius. But at that point, Tony had no clue who Darius really was.
He made her feel safe. He made her feel loved. He made it a point to get to know about her dreams and her aspirations and every little detail about her. He made her feel like he was her man.
Darius even told Tony he wanted to help make her dancing dreams come true.
Felt so right to have someone listening and caring and being attentive. Someone who could look her in the eyes and make her feel special.
I got the loving, anytime you need anything, I got you, don't worry about nothing. In my mind, I'm like, damn, he loved me this much.
But after a while, Darius's true colors began to show.
Darius let Tony know that he liked her dance moves so much that he wanted to take her to a club.
He was like, so I'm gonna take you somewhere where it'll be all about you.
When they arrived, Tony immediately noticed this was no ordinary dance club.
She noticed that women are dancing from poles, and she's thinking like, whoa, what kind of club is this?
Minutes later, Tony got an even bigger shock.
I hear the DJ, Southern Belle, come to the stage. And I'm looking around to see who going to the stage. Darius, he was like, yo, go to the stage. And I was like, nah, they call somebody named Southern Belle. He was like, you Southern Belle. I told him to call you to the stage.
Tony looks at Darius like, no, I ain't going on stage.
He grabbed my arm and he was like, I told him to call you to the stage. Now get up there. The aggressiveness just shocked me a little bit.
Tony didn't want to upset Darius, so she made her way up to the stage.
When Tony first got on stage, she was nervous. She didn't really know what to do.
I'm just hanging out, going around the pole, not knowing how to do nothing on the pole.
Then Tony's favorite song came on. The same one that had been playing when she first met Darius.
It was like a surge just took over me. I felt like I was the star.
For Tony, it was like a drug, a high that she had never achieved before.
It was like I needed more. I wanted more.
Riding this new high, Tony danced the night away at the club.
That night, I made close to $1,600. And then he gave me $800. Him allowing me to get that money, that just made me fall in love even more.
He was just grooming her for bigger things.
Weeks later, Darius set up a dance audition for Tony with a few music producers.
He was like, I want to get you in the studio. We're going to blow you up. You're going to be the next thing smoking.
It's extremely exciting. She's thinking, this is going to be my big break.
Darius went outside to wait, while Tony showed the producers her moves.
So Tony was in there working with these people. She was auditioning and showing her skills.
She thinks her talent will open the doors for her, and all she has to do is walk through them.
But after the audition, Darius was surprised to see that it was over so soon.
He had an attitude. I was like, what happened? You okay? And he was like, you ain't sleep with the And I was like, what?
Darius ended up getting mad at her and was like, hey, I want you to sleep with these people. We got to make our money.
I was just dumbfounded because I'm like, I thought we came here for me to be in the studio.
What Tony didn't yet realize is that Darius couldn't care less about her dreams, and that this was just the beginning of his heinous plans for her.
Little did Tony know that Darius had a serious agenda.
Darius gave Tony the illusion of love, and he gave her this illusion with a huge consequence.
In the beginning, the things that I would do for Darius out of love was everything. He has asked me to do the most wildest things, but to show him that I loved him, I did it. All I could think about is, you a bad bitch, Tony. You got this man right here. I got somebody that looks like him and all the sheep flocking, but I got him. I felt like I was on top of the world.
July 1997. Atlanta detectives are speaking with a young woman about her missing friend, Tony Rivera. The woman believes Tony has been sold into sex trafficking by a 28-year-old man named Darius Moore.
Tony felt loved by Darius, but Darius was just grooming her. He's just basically interviewing her to figure out what it is she's lacking, what it is she needs, and how to eventually control her.
After Tony had been dating Darius for a few months, he hooked her up with some of his music producer friends for a dance audition.
Darius is very well connected. He's got connections in the music industry, which was a big attraction for Tony because she wanted to be a professional dancer.
Tony was very excited about this. She was in there working with these people, and she was auditioning and showing her skills.
But after the audition, Tony noticed her man seemed disappointed in her.
I was like, what's wrong? And he was like, you ain't sleep with the... He was like, you came here to do a job. And I was like, a job? What do you mean a job? You told me I was coming here to get signed. I didn't sign up to sleep with nobody. I was just dumbfounded.
Tony was kind of like, whoa, I'm your girl. Why would I sleep with somebody in there?
He was like, look, we need this money. And I was like, we don't need no money. All the money that you got. He was like, I'm your man, right? I was like, yeah. He said, go get this money for your man now. Go in there and make sure you make your man proud.
She buckled under that pressure. She just said, if this will keep our relationship together, then I'll do it.
For me to really say that I loved him, I needed to show him. So the whole time I'm in there, all I could think of was, I'm doing this for him.
After the incident, Tony was so traumatized that she decided to cut her weekend visit short and return home.
I cried all the way from Atlanta to South Carolina. I'm mad because I feel like you threw me to the wolves. The relationship with us, in my mind then, we were done.
But Darius wasn't going to let Tony out of his clutches that easily. The next day, he came to visit her in South Carolina.
He said, I want to apologize to you. Just let me make it up to you. He told me, you just don't understand how I feel about you. I love you.
Darius is a psychological mastermind. He knew exactly what he was doing. Darius gave Tony the illusion of love, and he knew that she craved love more than anything. Those feelings were addictive for her.
Darius begged Tony to give him another chance, to come back with him to Atlanta. And eventually, Tony agreed.
I'm at the stage now where I'm just gonna stick this thing on out. Because I love them.
Once a woman becomes so intoxicated by a man that she's literally addicted to him, she overlooks all of his flaws. She's able to forgive him for nearly anything.
He was real manipulative. It was something else with him. And by the time she realized what that something else was, it's too late.
The couple left for Atlanta. But when they got to the city, Darius took Tony to a place she'd never been to before.
Tony enters this house, and it's dark and it's seedy. And she's shoved into a room filled with girls.
Girls in here, they look, we used to call it zooted. They was just like they was on something. They all just looked at me. And one, she said to me, "I take it you the new girl that we was waiting on." I was like, what?
This is when she realized what's going on.
My mind just went blank. Cause I'm like, yo, what the hell I done got myself into?
All Tony wanted in that moment was to leave and go back home to South Carolina. But she'd soon learn that wasn't an option.
He was punching me in my face. He was choking me.
July 1997, Atlanta, Georgia. Investigators are sitting down with a friend of 21-year-old Tony Rivera and are learning about the events leading up to the disappearance of the young aspiring dancer. Tony's friend believes that Tony's boyfriend, Darius Moore, runs a sex trafficking ring out of the city and has pulled Tony into the operation.
Darius groomed Tony so that she fell in love with him, that she trusted him, and he could basically do whatever he wanted to with her.
He can become the version of your Romeo. Once he's gotten, your mind, your spirit, your soul, and your body, you're probably so impressionable at that age that you're willing to do just about anything.
He was able to coerce her into being what he wanted her to be, in spite of who deep down inside she wanted to be.
Once Tony realized her man's true motives, she tried to leave.
My frame of thought was, how I'm gonna get out of here? I need to know my next move in case it be my last move.
But Darius stopped her with force and made it clear there was no way out.
He was saying that I had a smart mouth. I needed to be tamed. He was punching me in my face. He pulled a knife. He really did some damage to me.
Tony was feeling as if like, whoa, this is supposed to be the man that I love that's beating on me.
She realized that he was not her man, that she was not special to him. And for her, she started to feel like empty, like this void.
That's the kind of hurt that I never thought I would experience from him. This was a whole nother level hurt.
Soon, Tony's worst fears came to fruition, and she was hired out for sexual acts against her will.
On a nightly basis, Darius come in and tell you who you was gonna go out with. You have a certain amount of time to bring a certain amount of money back. Prostitution, you get gifts, whether it's clothes, money, trips. With sex trafficking, you get nothing. You get nothing but sex.
You're not a human to these people. You're not in control of anything.
Tony wanted to escape, but Darius's wrath knew no bounds.
I tried to get away a couple of times. I got the war wounds for that on my back and my neck. Each time got harder. So I stopped.
This individual has such a hold on you that they have made you believe that you have no other recourse.
She didn't want to get hurt or beat. Basically, it was a survival instinct.
Toni began using drugs to numb the pain, all provided by Darius.
I think she was fearful for her life.
The drugs. That was her way of coping with it.
I needed the coke. I needed the pills. I needed stuff that I would have never thought I needed.
Toni quickly spiraled out of control, and she landed in a place of despair where she had no self-worth. She was just existing, and she had a deep void inside of her.
Often, traffickers use psychological tactics such as drugs as control. Drugs keep victims stuck. They keep victims in prison.
Toni's family came to the city on multiple occasions looking for her. To no avail.
We used to sit around and have conversations. I have anybody to talk to her. Nobody had.
Months went by. No Toni. She didn't want to get the family involved.
And Toni's family could never have imagined what Darius would force her to do next.
He said he need new bitches on the block. He don't have enough roses on the tracks.
She felt like if she didn't do it, they was gonna kill her.
This slavery of sex trafficking, people may say, well, why doesn't the girl just leave? Or why doesn't the girl just escape? It's not that easy. Their total identity has been stripped. And the longer the predator has the victim enslaved, even though it's not a physical enslavement, they have a psychological advantage, they have a financial advantage, and also an emotional advantage over their victims.
July 1997. Atlanta detectives are speaking with a woman who claims that her friend, 21-year-old Toni Rivera, has been forced into a sex trafficking ring by a dangerous man named Darius Moore.
Traffickers spend a whole lot of time putting psychological bonds on women, even using drugs as control. They make them feel thrown away.
Toni's loved ones have come to the city on multiple occasions looking for her, with no success.
I didn't see her anymore, and I used to ask where is she. She might disappear and be gone a week or so, but she always came home. But when the weeks turned into months, and the months turned into over a year, it just kept going.
With sex and human trafficking, you'd feel like you don't belong with your family. You ain't gonna feel like you belong in the world.
Fear. That is the reason why she said she stayed. You feel like if you've been doing it for a while, this is all I know, so I'm stuck.
These girls are in a mental prison. She's gone under the radar. Her family, they don't know what's going on with her.
Not only was Darius forcing Toni to perform sex acts, he also started requiring her to help recruit more girls for the ring, subjecting them to the same brainwashing techniques that Toni herself had been through.
He said he need new bitches on the block. He don't have enough roses on the tracks. The new pimps is coming in, and they taking everybody, and they bringing their girls. And I was like, so how we gonna do this?
She was told that this is what he need, this is what you're gonna do. She didn't have no way out. She felt like if she didn't do it, hey, they was gonna kill her.
I knew it was wrong, but in the back of my mind, I knew I was there just to do a job. I knew if he could flip on me at the drop of a dime before, he would flip on me again.
For Toni, pleasing Darius became all that mattered anymore, and the only way to stay alive. so she followed his orders to a T.
She learned exactly who would make the appropriate targets.
They're looking for someone who seems lonely, maybe unsure of themselves, someone who is from a family that's not supportive.
She would befriend these young, unsuspecting, vulnerable women and just prey on their weaknesses, their vulnerabilities. Toni was all set to do that, and she was ready to bring them in.
But when it came time to pull the trigger, Toni's conscience kicked into high gear, and she bailed on the plan.
Lo and behold, I couldn't do it. I told him to go home. Don't worry about talking to me no more. You'll find out later what's going on.
The human side of her, the decent side of her, could not allow her to do it. So instead of allowing them to be led to the slaughter, she saved them.
Darius was furious.
He just went berserk. He was punching me in my face. I was just feeling the low of the low, you know?
Darius was trying to prove a point to Toni. This is an order that I gave you, and you betrayed me.
Darius's punishment for Toni's transgression didn't stop there.
That following month was Super Bowl.
Darius bet on the game, and he lost. And as part of the payment, he offered Toni.
He offered me up. That night I had to sleep with 48 men.
She had to endure so much humiliation, pain, degradation. They treated her like she was worthless, like she was nothing.
I was just numb. I couldn't cry. I ain't have no more, just no more nothing.
After speaking with Toni's friend, detectives get to work trying to locate the trafficking house. They know time is of the essence.
The longer victims are in the situation, the longer they are in prison, the easier it is for the predator to keep them there. The longer they go without having a way to be rescued, to be found.
The prison in your mind is more dangerous than the physical prison that people get locked into.
Detectives have their undercover counterparts put out feelers around the city. And eventually, they get a hit on a potential address.
Basically, off of the information that they received from another officer, they went on and obtained a warrant.
With a warrant in hand, police head to the residence.
Police are hoping that they can save Toni and put a stop to these rings by locking up Darius.
In the summer of 1997, detectives believe they have located the headquarters of an Atlanta sex trafficking ring, where 21-year-old Toni Rivera is being held hostage by ringleader Darius Moore. With a warrant in hand, police storm the residence. But it soon becomes evident they're too late.
They just bust into the house and no one's there. There's no Darius, there's no Toni.
By the looks of the abandoned residence, the trafficking ring has either moved or disbanded.
Law enforcement put out an APB for Toni and Darius, hoping that someone in the community would give them some type of information.
Days pass with no progress in locating Darius or Toni. But on July 15th, 1997, investigators receive some wonderful news.
Toni was actually free. She got out.
Toni got the strength to escape.
After the incident where Darius forced her to sleep with 48 men in one night, Toni knew her life had to change.
But that was my breaking point. And that was my wake-up call.
Toni had, up until this point, been paralyzed in fear that if she tried to leave this man, that he would kill her. But leaving him was her only chance at life.
And one morning, just a few days before police raided the trafficking house, she made her move.
When she woke up, the house was unusually more quiet than usual, and she realizes Darius is not there.
I don't know what, something just kicked in and was like, go. I didn't think of the consequences if they would have found me. What more can you do to me? You can't tear me down no more. I'm already at the bottom. The only place I can go is up. Once I left the house, I felt like I was born again.
Toni's friends and family are relieved to have her back home safe. But the shock of what happened to their loved one proves hard to digest.
Once she got out and she came back home, I was upset. You know, you feel bad when your friend done been through all this.
Certain things that happened to her, I just can't imagine. It didn't happen to me, but it hurt me, just like it was me. Because I look at her as like a sister.
Although Toni is now safe and sound, detectives still hope they can locate Darius and get him off the streets.
They want to keep Darius from doing to other girls what he did to Toni.
However, by all accounts, it seems he's been spooked by Toni's escape and has permanently moved his operation elsewhere.
I don't know where he went. Could be somewhere in a whole different state.
Nobody really gave any good clues or any good testimony so that the cops could locate Darius.
To this day, it is unknown as to whether Darius has changed his ways or if he's still in the trafficking circuit.
Now, 23 years later, Toni has overcome her traumatic past and is thriving.
Toni has really turned her life around, and she is the mother of 4 beautiful sons and 1 beautiful daughter.
I got a family, a husband. This right here is solid love for me.
Toni is determined to use her experience for good and has founded an organization called ROSE, an acronym for Restored Overcame Sexual Exploitation. The nonprofit is an organization which works to save young people captured in sex trafficking rings.
Toni has dedicated her life to making sure that no other girl has to go through what she went through.
Toni is essentially the new age Dog the Bounty Hunter for sex trafficking. She is passionate about rescuing young women from being abducted.
She saved over 1,500 women from sex trafficking.
And that's a phenomenal accomplishment.
Toni's story is a cautionary tale that proves how blinding love can turn dark in an instant.
Darius, he was able to get inside of her head and make her feel as though she didn't matter, but he did. She lost sight of the fact that she was the prize, and she put him as being the prize. What he wanted, what he needed, that was all that mattered.
We all been in situations where we don't want to face reality. We think that things have changed because it's with us, or maybe they just do it this one time and they won't do it no more. We love this person. We want to be loyal to this person. But in actuality, it's killing us.
I know with this getting out, not only will it help people to understand why I go so hard for what I do, but it'll also give parents that sense of, damn, she Black and went through all this. It's a must I talk to my kid. Listen to what your mom and daddy say, and listen to the saying, stranger danger.
When you become blinded by love and led into a life you never expected, it can feel like there's no way out. But there is hope. A different kind of love, self-love, can open up your eyes back to the world and give you the strength to finally break the chains that have kept you trapped. Following a tumultuous childhood, Erica Pugh is dying to break free from her parents' strict boundaries.
She just loved trouble, didn't like rules.
But when she meets the man she thinks will be her savior, he shepherds her down an unimaginable path.
Committing these crimes was the ultimate adrenaline rush.
Erica was willing to do whatever it took to keep him happy.
And later, in Hyde Park, Massachusetts, surrounded by a loving support system, young Yamali Mathurin has the textbook foundation for success.
She was very active socially and academically, basically your average teenage girl.
But when the man of her dreams delivers her to evil, it sets off a chain of chaos and quickly derails her promising future.
It was probably one of the most gruesome homicide scenes that these cops had ever come upon.
She was looking for love, but she found the end of her life as she knew it.
Born and bred on the streets of Delmar, Maryland, Erica Pugh learns from an early age how not to be in a loving relationship.
She had a two-parent household, but in this instance, her dad was very abusive to the mom, and she watched that growing up as a child.
The first time he hit me, I was breastfeeding her. And I do believe that it did affect her very deeply.
As the chaos continues around her, the 9-year-old quickly develops into a rebellious child.
She was very defiant to anybody who tried to correct her. She just didn't like it. It was her way or no way.
Erica, pick the bag up, please.
When children act out or lash out, it's very rarely their fault because their brains are not fully formed, not until young adulthood. Therefore, they will lack impulse control and self-regulatory behaviors.
And the animosity only intensifies when her folks decide to call it quits.
She was thrust into a new situation with new relationships, all of which could be extremely problematic for a child that is just starting to develop their own identity and figure things out in the world.
For the next 3 years, things only get worse when her mother brings a new man into their already turbulent world.
I was laid back, cool, calm, didn't like trouble myself. So she just thought I was a bad person because she never seen a person act this way. She just didn't like me at all.
When I met Alex, she was really not very excited about that because she wanted her dad.
And when her stepdad tries to create some boundaries for his new blended household, Erica only lashes out further.
She was talking back to me, trying to make her mom look towards me at the wrong person. And I told her, I said, look, I'm not gonna steer you in the wrong way or nothing like that. I just want you to listen to me. And she didn't want to listen.
As she approaches graduation, her future takes a tumble when she falls in with the wrong crowd.
She continued to create distance between her and the rest of her family. She made friends that probably weren't the best for her.
She started not coming home, being gone for days at a time. I'd report her missing. She'd come home, and it was just a vicious cycle.
There are many things that can contribute to a good child going bad. Sometimes it may be something as simple as teenage curiosity, but quite often it may be from a tumultuous upbringing in a dysfunctional or broken home.
In fact, the girl is often spotted mingling with the degenerates who lurk around her neighborhood.
She liked smoking weed, drinking, and that's what all her friends did. And I guess that's what she wanted to do.
When Erica's mom found out that her daughter was out getting drunk and high, she tried to bring her back in. She tried to get her to change her ways, but Erica didn't listen.
We tried everything in our power to get her help, and it didn't matter to her.
Making things worse, Erica gets an unwanted gift after blowing out the candles on her 16th birthday.
She had been impregnated by a young man that she had known from hanging out on the streets, and it was not easy for her.
Unfortunately, the surprise pregnancy is not to be when she suffers a miscarriage just a few weeks in. And when the baby's daddy says he wants nothing to do with her, it sends the would-be mom into a depression.
Fine, just go.
She had reached her lowest point, and she felt that there was no one else in the world who either cared about her or was there for her.
But when she's introduced to the painkiller Percocet, it helps Erica forget her troubles.
It was definitely tough on Erica's mom. She would only see her daughter in a zombie-like state.
She just wanted to sleep all day, sit in the house, listen to music.
It was a disaster.
Erica! In a desperate attempt to stop the out-of-control behavior, her mother calls the police.
And she had her basically put on house arrest. She did everything she could to try to bring her daughter back from this addiction problem.
They put on ankle bracelet. She calmed down for a little bit, and she would stay home pretty much.
But the second she's released 2 weeks later, the 18-year-old takes full advantage of her freedom by taking off for good.
It was 3 days and she was gone.
She knew she can always come back home, and we always let her in. But it was at a point where she didn't want to come back.
Now homeless, Erica hops from couch to couch, bunking with any friend or acquaintance who will have her, even if their hospitality comes with a sexual price tag.
When you have a teenager who is emotionally damaged or neglected, they certainly are at risk to falling in with the first person who shows them any kind of attention, even if it's a person who has really bad intentions.
Then one day, when she crosses paths with 28-year-old Ben Holterman, he instantly becomes a bright spot in her dark world.
He was handsome in her eyes, someone who's older, perhaps even wiser, that could guide her in the direction different from where she was going.
Unlike most of the men she meets, Ben is kind and caring, and as it turns out, they have a lot in common.
Both of them had kind of tough upbringings. They also both felt abandoned as kids.
Which, Ben explains, is why he's spent most of his life in hot water.
This was a guy who had just got out of federal prison for robbing banks. He had a few charges for drug activity, and it seemed to just drift from one place to the other.
Like Erica, Ben says he's been trying to get his life in order, and immediately shows her his soft side.
Ben offered her a place to stay, helped her clothe herself, feed herself, and brought her to a place where she felt human again.
Erica jumps at the chance to bunk with Ben at his modest one-room apartment nearby, especially since he doesn't require sexual favors in return.
Ben probably treated her better than anyone had during her entire life.
But as the two broken individuals continue to bond, their newfound relationship quickly takes a toxic turn.
They were in love, but they had a world of trouble around them.
She was willing to do whatever it took to keep him happy.
Following a turbulent childhood, young Erica Pugh is struggling to make ends meet on the streets of Del Mar, Maryland. But when a new friend, Ben Holterman, offers her a shoulder to lean on, she feels like she's been thrown a lifeline.
For a young woman who had felt abandoned and neglected and left to the side, Benjamin would have offered everything that she was looking for, including something like love.
When a person is very vulnerable, it's just human nature for them to be accepting of others. So it's not really who the person is, but it's more of the timing of the person coming into their lives.
After just a few weeks of cohabitating, the pair becomes inseparable. Because she and her man are both unemployed, Erica quickly finds out how Ben's been able to maintain his livelihood.
Ben was making money and keeping the lights on by committing petty thefts, robberies, and breaking in cars.
And when he asks for Erica's help, she doesn't think twice about supporting him or his shady habits.
Erica would have done anything for him. She didn't care. She loved him.
When we think that true love comes along, it is so much more easier to mold ourselves into that person that we think our new partner wants us to be.
After months of looting from unlocked vehicles, Erica suggests that they try their luck somewhere other than Maryland, preferably somewhere warm. A few days later, the twosome takes an online rideshare to the Sunshine State in hopes of hitting new targets and starting a new life in Orlando.
Erica and Ben were squatting, living in vacant homes which were spread out across East Orange County, and so living from place to place, they built some kind of life around petty theft, burglary.
They were just stealing just to get by. Anywhere they went or anything they seen, they wanted it, they would take it.
While Ben does most of the robberies, Erica tags along as a lookout.
She'd keep watch to see if law enforcement was coming, to see if any neighbors were attuned to what they were doing, and tried to keep Ben safe while they burglarized vehicles.
It was her job. She wanted to stand by her man, and that's what she did.
Since they never get caught, their self-assurance billows. They now have the courage to not only loot from cars, but steal the cars themselves, including a Honda Accord, which is now their main mode of transportation.
They were a very confident couple, and they weren't afraid. As long as they had each other, they were willing to do anything.
And by late winter, they have no intentions of slowing down, even when things take a dangerous turn.
In early February, Ben finds a gun, and he takes it, and a gun now has become a part of the equation.
Now that her man is armed, Erica knows the possibilities are endless.
Fear is a very interesting emotion. And it's my clinical opinion that something that might scare you, such as firearms, a gun, for example, isn't so scary when you're with someone who you really love.
With the gun in hand, the crimes start to get more serious. Ben convinces Erica to call a local drug dealer to set up a fake buy.
She does as her man says, asking for an ounce of marijuana and arranging a meetup.
Once they make contact with this drug dealer, they rob him of the drugs that he has and threaten him at gunpoint to release whatever valuable things that he had.
The pusher does as he's told, and with loot in hand, the couple quickly disappears, sure he won't out them and put his illicit livelihood in jeopardy.
Their confidence level was super high. They were going after drug dealers in a town they didn't even know. So at that point, they probably thought they were invincible.
When we look at love, there really is a chemical basis to that. We have to look at the hormones that give you that pitter-patter feeling in your heart. That sort of addiction can make you feel absolutely invulnerable.
But their bond will be tested on a balmy Wednesday evening when a routine heist spirals out of control.
On the night of February 10th, Erica and Ben head over in their Honda to one of the upper middle-class neighborhoods in East Orange County.
They were looking to break into cars and either find cash or items that they could go and sell so that they could use the money to live off of and to buy drugs.
Eventually, Ben and Erica reach Chatterley Lane, where they come across a valuable car, one that would have most certainly caught Ben's eye.
As always, loyal Erica keeps lookout, but this time, they're the ones being watched.
A homeowner spotted Ben walking around his car. He tried to go after him, but Ben got away.
That's your car?
Realizing he can't catch the snooper, the eyewitness makes a beeline for Erica.
Where do you think you're going?
For the first time, it seemed as though the couple had bit off more than they could chew.
And later, in Boston, Massachusetts, academic standout Yamali Mathurin gets a hard lesson in love when she follows a man with no class.
It was a horrific scene, straight out of any horror movie.
She would do anything for Alex because she's in love.
Before carrying out their most dangerous thefts, the passionate couple engaged in a unique form of motivation.
Right before they went into the gated community, they had had sex to sort of amp themselves up for the crime.
Erica Pugh and her boyfriend, Ben Holterman, have just been spotted by a neighbor while casing vehicles in a swanky Orlando, Florida subdivision.
Ben takes off running. Meanwhile, this gentleman went over to Erica and basically slammed his hands on the car.
Where do you think you're going? He tried to keep her from leaving the scene, but she took off.
Terrified, the teen quickly speeds through the quiet community, all the while praying her love makes it to safety.
Even though she was freaked out, her mind was still on Ben. She was thinking about her man.
Little does she know, the angry neighbor has dialed 911 with a description of the nefarious couple, and police are already hot on their heels.
She didn't have nowhere to go. She didn't know the area, and she probably was scared.
Unaware of her boyfriend's location, Erica pulls over on a side street.
She was just going up the block to get away from the police.
As she takes a breather to collect her thoughts, an unsuspecting police cruiser passes by. She immediately texts Ben a warning. With no sign of him, and police trolling the area, a nervous Erica ditches the car and sets off on foot. But not before sending one last text to prove her devotion.
Instead of taking off and not looking back, she was more concerned about what was happening to him.
After walking just a few blocks, a deputy pulls up next to her.
Mind if I have a word with you?
Erica starts to spin a web of lies. She makes up a story about how she and her boyfriend are in town to visit a relative.
While Erica nervously talks with the officer, Orange County Sheriff's Deputy Jonathan Pine is in a frantic foot pursuit with Ben. But the officer is unaware that the perp is packing heat.
Ben at one point pulls out the gun and points it at Deputy Pine and opens fire.
Shot him 3 times in the chest and 1 time in the head.
The shot is fatal and Deputy Pine falls to the ground.
Meanwhile, Erica listens intently as the police radio begins to crackle.
This news hit Erica like a ton of bricks. She probably never imagined that going out to break in cars would escalate to this.
She is immediately transported to the police station. And the second she's placed in the interrogation room, she gets a disturbing update.
They broke the news to her that not only had her boyfriend killed the deputy, but he had also turned the gun on himself, and now he was dead.
She was devastated, and now that she was stuck with everything that they done did, and she didn't know what to do.
Crushed by the loss of her man and facing a lifetime behind bars, Erica makes a full confession.
She told him about how she was the lookout and how Ben was going around checking doors and trying to break into cars. She told him everything they wanted to know.
Erica's arrested and charged with first-degree murder, grand theft of a vehicle, and burglary. After many agonizing months in jail, Erica strikes a deal and pleads guilty to second-degree manslaughter, third-degree burglary, and third-degree grand theft auto. She's sentenced to 15 years behind bars.
Deputy Pine's wife was angry. She did not think that the plea deal, as stated, was enough time for someone who had taken away her husband and the father to her 3 children.
In the end, Erica realizes her man took the cowardly way out. She deeply regrets chasing love and wishes she never crossed paths with Ben Holterman.
Erica had so many chances to get away. Had she left Ben, had she gotten away from this unhealthy relationship, she probably could have turned things around. Now, it's too late.
This is truly a tragedy because here you have 2 people who senselessly lost their lives. The person who ends up doing time in jail didn't even pull the trigger, and she did all of this for the love of her man.
Today, she and her mom are closer than they've ever been.
She has the apologize every time we talk, which is once a week. And she tells me she's sorry for what she did to me and us as a family.
Erica Pugh allowed the guy of her dreams to quickly steal her heart and her freedom. Next, Yamali Mathurin also learns that letting a man pull you by the heartstrings can lead you to a world of trouble. At just 16 years old, Yamali lives the good life in bustling Boston, Massachusetts.
She was in high school. She was just about to enter her junior year. She, by all accounts, was a smart, ambitious girl who had a bright future ahead of her.
Despite being a child of divorce, the focused teen manages to stay out of trouble, thanks to an excellent role model.
Her mother came from Haiti, and she immigrated here to the United States.
Her mother was a nurse. They work hard, they work long hours. They are always there for other people. So she grows up watching this, and basically, that's her example.
And this apple has no intentions of falling far from the tree.
She wants to be a strong young woman. Her mother's in the medical field, so she goes the same direction.
She volunteered for the elderly. She worked really hard at her studies and was on track to go to college and do something with her life.
As the calendar flips, Yamali continues to stay on course, even when her life takes an unexpected detour the summer before her senior year.
The mother had a new job opportunity, so her and Yamali moved 45 minutes outside of Boston to take the job on.
When her mother said, "We're moving," Yamali went and threw herself into her new school. But it's an adjustment period.
A move can be especially disruptive for a teen because they have developed lifelong friendships, and then now they're ripped away from their comfort zone to be in a new environment.
The 17-year-old does her best to resume her studies, as well as her volunteer work. But when the wrong man enters her perfect world, it's Yamali's life that will need saving.
There were two peas in a pod, and there's nothing that she wouldn't do for him.
17-year-old Yamali Mathurin is excelling through life after a move from Boston to Hyde Park, Massachusetts. And when she meets her first boyfriend, she feels like she has the world on a string.
While it can be tough on teens to uproot in the middle of high school, it can also be eye-opening. It's an opportunity to come out of the comfort zone and make new friends and have new experiences.
Alexander Gallet is a star football player at nearby West Roxbury High and has all the right moves.
Instantly, Yamali was attracted to the way he looked, the way he talked. And so right there was an instant physical attraction.
After striking up some conversation, it's clear the pair has more in common than just sex appeal.
Their parents were both from Haiti, so they understood the whole Haitian lifestyle.
But as the discussion deepens, she learns they have one major difference. He's on the outs with his family.
His father was very strict and asked him to move to Haiti to study medicine. And that is something that Alex didn't want to do. So he eventually left, and he was just hopping on his friends' couches.
It's a story that warms Yamali's compassionate heart, and she quickly offers a shoulder to lean on.
She wanted to support him and wanted to help him. They became boyfriend and girlfriend, and that was it for them. They were exclusive. There was nobody else.
As the season changes, the young lovers become inseparable, so much so that their 24/7 relationship concerns Yamali's family, especially when the academic standout's grades begin to slip.
Her mother's working very, very hard, and the most that she's asking her daughter to do is to make sure she does well academically. So that means she has to focus. And having this boy, Alex, in the picture was totally veering off course.
It's that boy. You're distracted. He has nothing in
They
him.
wanted her maybe to just take a step back and cool off the relationship, but she had no interest in that.
Instead, she hopes to get her man back on his feet by boldly asking her mother if Alex can move in.
Well, his family lives in Haiti, and he doesn't have anywhere to stay. Can he please stay with us, please?
But her mother, being pretty conservative, did not want this boy in her house.
Let's face it, most parents would absolutely not allow their 18-year-old daughter to have her boyfriend move in. And this has nothing to do about religion. It has to do with common sense.
After pleading with all of her friends, her pal Marie Tyson is the only one to concede and agrees to let him bunk on her couch for a few nights. But days quickly turn to weeks as Alex lazily settles in.
He didn't have a job, so there wasn't really much motivating him to get out of this house and find his own place. And this was where he stayed for much of the summer.
Still, the laid-back sponger claims he's in desperate need of some spending money, especially since he doesn't have his parents' support.
Alexander went to the person he knew who would help him. She was his rock, she was his girlfriend, so he's gonna hatch a plan with her to get money.
You come through tonight?
That night, Alex meets up with Yamali, along with another friend, 21-year-old Michelle St. Jean, and together the group formulates a scheme.
The plan was that they were going to order a pizza and they were gonna lure the delivery man someplace where they could basically rob him, take his cash and whatever else they could get their hands on.
At first, Yamali is blown away by Alex's shady plot. It's a disturbing side of him she hasn't seen in the 2 months they've been dating.
But she didn't want to back down and she didn't want to disappoint him, so she, of course, said yes, she wanted to do it.
I really do believe that Yamali was probably shocked by this, but yet at the same time, when you're in love, it's just so much easier to blur those lines between right and wrong and to follow blindly.
Around 11 o'clock on a clement September evening, the friends set their robbery scheme in motion.
The trio took a bus to 742 Hyde Park Avenue.
They go to this place where they knew was vacant. Alex had crashed there a couple of times. You don't have anybody looking over your shoulder.
And the two boys were armed with knives in case anything went down.
Hoping to conceal her identity when she phones the restaurant, Yamali nonchalantly approaches a next-door neighbor.
I need to place an order for some pizza, but I lost my phone. Can I borrow yours?
And so she asked the neighbor if she could use this phone and order the food.
The boy happily lends his to the stranger, no questions asked. And when Yamali rings the local pizza joint, she makes doubly sure the driver will have plenty of cash on him.
Yamali ordered 2 pizzas, chicken wings, and a liter of soda. And she tells them, I have a large bill and I'm gonna need change. They said, okay, no problem, we'll do this.
While she's making this phone call, Alexander and Michelle were in the house with their knives in their hands, waiting for him.
40 minutes after the initial call, 58-year-old Rochelle Nova pulls up to the home with the trio's order.
Richello wasn't even supposed to be working that night. He was taking somebody else's shift.
Little does the unsuspecting driver know, he's delivering himself to his own grave.
He could not have had any idea of what was going to happen to him.
In Boston, Massachusetts, Yamali Mathurin, her boyfriend Alex Gallet, and a third friend, Michelle St. Jean, are holed up in a vacant house, ready to rob pizza delivery man Rochelle Nova. And the second he exits his car with their order, the stage is set.
Pizza for you, Millie?
I left my wallet upstairs. Could you follow me up?
No, I can wait.
Yamali urges Rochelle to follow her around back to a second-floor entrance, where the boys are waiting anxiously to strike.
Because she was so sweet-faced and so innocent-looking, he followed her.
Even if you're not a cold-blooded person, when it comes to love, it becomes easy for someone to dispel their morals and their values.
As this was happening, the same neighbor that allowed Yamali to use the phone to make the order was watching the driver follow her to the back of the apartment.
Once they step foot inside, a vicious attack ensues, one that neither Rochelle nor Yamali ever saw coming.
They grabbed him, they started stabbing him, and they dragged him from the back entrance through the kitchen and into a back bedroom.
They viciously stabbed him 16 times all over his body.
Yamali was in complete shock. This was completely out of the plan that they originally had in the beginning. So just to see these two guys attack and attack and attack, it was just beyond her imagination.
Within seconds, the ambush is over, and Rochelle's lifeless body slumps to the floor. The men scramble to check his pockets for cash, finding only $143. But when Alex tries to divvy it up, his uneasy girlfriend cashes out.
Yamali didn't want the money. It was all for her man. She didn't want to have anything to do with it.
I don't want it.
Hey, what's my money is your money.
And Alex said, no, what is mine is yours. And she had no choice but to just take it anyways.
With the job done, the perpetrators collect the victim's car keys, the food they ordered, and some bleach from a closet, just in case they need to clean themselves up.
So after stealing all those things, they jetted off and ran out and took his car.
However, they have no idea they're being watched.
The neighbor heard loud sounds coming from next door and immediately saw the three come out of the house and into the pizza delivery guy's car and drive off.
He became very worried that something horrible had happened in that house.
The boy immediately rushes next door. There, he discovers Rochelle's dead body.
He went into the back room, and he was horrified by what he found on the ground. He could see blood on the walls. He saw chicken wings covered in blood.
He saw a lifeless body, his pockets inside out, and he was just lying there dead.
Rochelle was the father of 3 twin girls who were in college and an older boy who was studying mechanical engineering. It was devastating.
It's a terrifying sight, and the neighbor doesn't think twice about calling 911, providing a description of the 3 shady characters as well as their stolen getaway car.
The police right away had a lot to go on. They knew to look for a sedan that had a pizza delivery sign on it.
Police immediately put out a bolo for Rochelle's missing car and pray they can link it to whoever is responsible. Meanwhile, the assailants are en route to nearby St. Adalbert's Church parking lot to clean the car of any evidence they might have transferred into the vehicle.
They took bleach and started cleaning the steering wheel, cleaning the gear shift, cleaning the doors.
For all the care they took wiping down the car, they were very careless with the pizza. They just discarded the box, and the box had a lot of evidence, including fingerprints and blood.
Confident they've covered their tracks, the nefarious trio heads to Yamali's friend Marie's house, where Alex has been staying.
Yamali's friend opens the door and she sees a very bizarre scene. Her best friend, her boyfriend, and their friend look very nervous, very scared, and Alexander, his shirt and his pants are covered in blood.
That blood? We were walking down the street and...
But the pals are quick with a cover story.
Yamali's response was that she was groped by a drunk person on the street, and the 2 boys went in and attacked the drunk men, and that's why they were covered with blood.
Marie is understandably suspicious, but it's late, and she's not in the mood to conduct an after-hours interrogation.
She just said, you know what, you guys go to sleep, it's not a big deal. So they just left it like that, and that was it.
It's hard to imagine how such a young couple could hold it together emotionally after committing such a heinous, violent crime. You'd really think that some sort of guilt or culpability might rear its head, but it just didn't seem to happen here.
As the trio lays low the next day, police locate Rochelle's stolen ride in the church parking lot.
They open up the doors. They have a whiff of bleach that's unbelievable. They see underneath the bottle of bleach, which has blood on it.
There was a pizza box underneath the car. There was blood on the pizza box. There were fingerprints on the pizza box.
Unfortunately, since none of their suspects have a prior record, detectives can only file them away until they're nabbed. Luckily, when they speak with one of the delivery men's co-workers the next day, it quickly turns up the heat on Yamali and her wingmen.
Once the police found out that information, Their relationship was shattered.
To his close friends, Alex went by the name Blade, thanks to his affinity for knives.
It's very ironic that he has a nickname of the ultimate weapon he used to kill someone.
Investigators in Massachusetts have just received a tip they think will lead to the killer of Rochelle Nova, a pizza delivery driver found dead in a vacant Hyde Park Avenue home.
The number that Yamali used to call in to make the order was different than the caller ID number.
She didn't know the telephone number of the phone she was speaking from, so she gave them Michelle's number, which appeared on the phone at the pizza company.
Hoping for answers, police immediately track down Michel St. Jean and bring him in for questioning. And without provocation, the nervous 20-year-old drops a bombshell.
He immediately confessed to being at the house, though he claimed he had not laid a finger on Rochelle.
He said that the only thing that he was involved with was stealing the keys, the money, and the car.
It's Yamali, and he says it's Alex, the Bonnie and Clyde, the boyfriend and the girlfriend.
Investigators ask Michel to take them where the two suspects live, and he obliges. Right before he's charged with murder, armed robbery, and breaking and entering with the intent to commit a felony. Meanwhile, Yamali and Alex are carrying on with life as usual.
They didn't worry about it, as if they actually believed they weren't going to be found out.
Regret is an emotion that you have which is very distressful because you've done something that is wrong or shameful, but it's hard to have regret when you have no remorse for your actions.
2 days after the murder, undercover investigators conduct surveillance around the neighborhood, where both suspects are holed up. And around 7:20 p.m., they get the opportunity to move in.
The officers saw them walking hand in hand down Adams Street, looking pretty happy by all accounts.
The teens agree to accompany police to the station, where they're questioned separately. However, the second she's placed in an interrogation room, Yamali continues her lying ways.
She had told them the same story she had told her friend, which was that Alexander came to her defense after she'd been groped by a man on the street, and that's how things got bloody.
But when detectives provide proof that the trio was on a bus headed for Hyde Park Avenue the night of Rochelle's murder, the once wholesome teen breaks down and reaches for a notepad.
So Yamali takes a piece of paper and writes down, "I am invoking my Fifth Amendment right not to incriminate myself."
She had been thinking about Alex all along, and as long as she knew he was okay, she wasn't talking anymore. That helps her, and that helps him.
Yamali Mathurin's immediately placed under arrest and charged with murder, armed robbery, and breaking and entering with intent to commit a felony.
It's human nature to defend someone we love till the bitter end, even if we know that what they did was wrong. It really is an action of the heart in that we're willing to look the other way.
Meanwhile, in the next room, Yamali's man adamantly denies being involved in the murder. That is, until he learns his boo has been charged and assumes she confessed.
Once he saw she was under arrest, I think he felt that her emotions got the best of her, and she told on both of them.
But he, of course, wanted to make sure that he had Yamali's back by letting them know that she wasn't involved in killing Rochelle.
Instead, he provides a detailed account of he and Michelle's role in the killing.
There's something strangely noble about his behavior. He never wanted her to go to prison. He was always willing to fall on his sword for her.
But investigators don't split hairs. They remind him she was there willingly, making her just as culpable as the men.
The police knew the very active role she played by making the phone call, by being present, and then also by helping to clean up afterwards.
With that tragic news, Alex is booked and charged with murder, robbery, and breaking and entering like the other two.
Guilt is a very interesting animal. There is a subset of people who perhaps don't experience any guilt especially when they're taking part in deplorable actions. And where they begin to express some guilt is when their backs are up against the wall.
Alexander Gallet and Michelle St. Jean decide to take their cases to trial. But it doesn't take a jury long to find both guilty of first-degree murder, armed robbery, and breaking and entering with the intent to commit a felony. They're given life sentences without the possibility of parole.
They're finished. They're done forever. All for a fistful of dollars, nothing.
4 years later, Yamali cuts a deal. She never testifies against her cohorts, instead pleading guilty to manslaughter, breaking and entering, and armed robbery in exchange for a 17 to 20-year sentence. Behind bars, Yamali expresses incredible remorse for her actions, saying she regrets throwing her promising future away for a guy like Alex.
I think like any girl, she was looking for love in a relationship, but she found her doom. She found the end of her life as she knew it.
There are a million reasons why good people go bad. And if Alex had not entered Yamali's life, given where she was going, she could have accomplished almost anything.
She lost everything. She put him before she put herself. She put him before right and wrong, things that she knew were golden. And it is no man on this planet that should be able to make anybody do the things that she accommodated him to do.
Love is a journey two people take together. A journey of discovery.
She was a college student, a very, very smart girl with a bright future ahead of her.
He had aspirations to be a rapper, and he was good at it.
They began dating. They became inseparable.
And when you're ready to ride or die, you have to be ready to go wherever the journey takes you.
She had two different lives she was living.
Who are you with? I don't even want to say no name.
She was clearly a ride or die for him. She wanted to protect him at all costs.
Because sometimes the dying is real.
He is deceased in the passenger side of his friend's vehicle.
And sometimes what you find at the end of the journey isn't a life together, but a life sentence.
She was like, basically, if I did know, I wouldn't tell you.
She had this level of loyalty for him. She did what she had to do to help her man.
June 30th, 2012. It's a humid weekend in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Baton Rouge, as I knew it growing up, was a very lovely place, full of culture, very family-oriented.
But in the years since Hurricane Katrina, the city has changed.
After Katrina, when we had a lot of people moving from New Orleans and other areas into Baton Rouge, you had the rivals and you had the turf wars and that kind of thing, so the city started getting more violent.
Like most cities, you have the fear of walking alone or driving at night now because of the crime.
At 2 a.m. on this balmy Saturday morning, fear becomes reality.
911 is flooded with calls to the Baton Rouge Police Department.
We received a call that there had been a shooting.
When police arrive at the scene, they find a car sitting at a stoplight.
There was shattered glass all over the concrete and people were screaming.
They discovered that there were two victims that were injured.
The driver of the car, Andre Miles, has a bullet wound in his foot.
They were sitting at the traffic light and his foot was on the brake, and one of those shots that was fired into the vehicle actually hit him in the foot.
Andre tells the police that the shots were fired through the window at the passenger in the car, Jordan Key.
He's worried about his friend Jordan, who's also been shot. Officers take Jordan's vitals and they find that Jordan is deceased.
Our focus is now, who is this individual? We have to find out who is he so that we can start putting the pieces together.
Growing up, Jordan Key had always been the boy that everyone liked.
Jordan was a very loving child. He came from a family that was full of love, a joyous family.
He was such a hilarious kid. He loved to play jokes.
Jordan was very, very talented in more than one way. He can draw. He was also an amazing dancer.
When his family moved from California to Louisiana, the talented jokester quickly made new friends.
Jordan and Andre met in high school, and they became friends instantly.
They hung out a lot, and they were really like brothers more so than best friends.
Around that same time, Jordan also found his true ambition.
In high school, Jordan and Andre were both connected to the local hip-hop scene in Baton Rouge, and they were very well known.
I always wanted him to sing in the church choir because he had the talent, he had the gift, and he had the voice. But being a young man, he chose to do rap.
After high school, Jordan joined a local rap group, and he started recording as often as he could.
Jordan also wanted to further his education.
We were making plans of him entering into a community college.
With Jordan planning to go to college as well as his music career, he really had a bright future ahead of him.
But now, Jordan's promising future will never come to fruition.
Jordan Key, the deceased, had suffered a fatal gunshot wound to the head area.
When the devastating news reaches Jordan's family, they're heartbroken.
The morning I found out that Jordan had been murdered, I wasn't feeling really well on that day. And my dad called me. And he said, well, there's been an incident. Jordan and Andre were shot last night, and Jordan didn't make it. I felt as if the world had just completely stopped.
My daughter Gina called, and they always expect me to be the more calm one. But it wasn't a pleasant moment. There was a lot of crying.
Meanwhile, homicide detectives arrive on the scene and make contact with their surviving victim, Andre Miles.
Andre explains that after going to a party, he and Jordan were on their way home when they stopped at an intersection.
The two victims were sitting in the vehicle at a red light, just listening to music and talking. And all of a sudden, shots ring out. He felt this pain in his foot, and Jordan is not responding to him. And it was at that time he looked to his right and realized that Jordan was injured.
He says that he didn't get a good look at the gunman because the gunman came up from behind them on the passenger side of the car.
It isn't too much to go on. But as EMTs prepare to transport Andre to the hospital, the police find another witness.
James Logan was a security guard who was just getting off of his shift, and he says that he was at the light and saw everything.
James happened to notice a black male get out of the passenger side of the vehicle that was behind him.
James described the gunman as a black male wearing a white t-shirt and dark shorts.
While he's watching the guy walks over to the car and he pulls out a gun and fires 3 shots into the car.
As a security guard, James was armed. He told police that he got out of the car, drew his weapon, and told the man to drop the gun.
His bravery, there's not enough words to describe it. He didn't even think about it. Honestly, he thought like a first responder.
James says that the gunman jumped into a black sedan as it sped away.
He says the driver was also a black male.
As the vehicle sped away, James got the license plate number.
Investigators put out an all-points bulletin with the license plate number that James Logan provided.
The bulletin immediately pays off.
Right away, they get a hit. A patrol officer spots the car.
That officer immediately puts on his lights.
This officer is in full-on pursuit of the alleged murder suspects.
On June 30th, 2012, Baton Rouge police are in hot pursuit of the suspects responsible for the fatal shooting of 18-year-old Jordan Key.
The suspects attempted to flee the area, but the area that they tried to flee ended up being a dead end. They bailed from the vehicle and they fled on foot.
The officer chases them through the woods, but they manage to escape.
After detectives receive word of what's transpired, they swiftly arrive at the location.
Now police have a second crime scene to analyze, and that's the getaway car.
Inside the car, investigators find what they believe is the murder weapon.
There was a handgun on the back floorboard.
The gun appears to be jammed. This might explain why the suspects never fired any more shots at the witness or police who were chasing them.
Police hope that the vehicle's license plate is the key to tracking down the suspects.
We're running license plates and VIN numbers to find out who is this vehicle registered to.
The car is registered to a woman named Sienna Washington.
We knew that it was a female. We also knew from our witness that the individuals that were in the vehicle were definitely all males.
Was the car stolen? Or is there a connection between the suspects and the woman registered as the owner?
Investigators head to the address found on Sienna's vehicle registration, hoping to find the two perps there.
When detectives arrive at the address, they're met by a man who identifies himself as Sienna's boyfriend, Frederick Gaines.
Frederick told the detectives that Sienna was not at home. She was at work.
Something immediately stands out to detectives about Frederick.
Frederick is a match for one of the suspects seen fleeing from the vehicle.
We start inquiring about his girlfriend's vehicle. He informs us that she had been robbed.
He said the car was stolen in a recent carjacking.
Detectives are highly suspicious of Frederick. They ask him to come back to the station for a formal interview. Detectives begin by asking Frederick for more details about the carjacking.
Stopped her and demanded money. So she got out and they just drove off.
Frederick insists he doesn't know anything about Jordan Key's murder.
You didn't have anything to do with it. You were nowhere around College Drive tonight, right?
He denied any involvement. He denied just everything.
Frederick isn't willing to budge. And even though they believe he's one of the assailants, they don't have enough evidence on him to make an arrest.
Detectives soon get a call that sends the case spiraling in a new direction.
He said he knew the individual that did the shooting.
He said, you need to talk to Chatley Chesterfield and his girlfriend, Essence Dyson.
I don't hope this happened to any family, but it does every day in Baton Rouge, and I know it's happening in other places. And every time I see this, it does something to me because they're so young. The kids that's dying young and the ones that's doing it is young. There's no more old-fashioned fist fights, you know, high-five me, we're good, bye. It's the gun thing. And it's really sad that we've come to this.
July 2012. Detectives in Baton Rouge are investigating the murder of 18-year-old Jordan Key, who was gunned down at point-blank range while stopped at a red light.
Police believe that a man named Frederick Gaines may be one of the assailants, but they need to gather more evidence before they can say for sure.
That afternoon, detectives receive a mysterious phone call that points them in a new direction.
According to the informant, the people responsible are local rapper Chad Lee Chesterfield, who goes by the name Chad the Youngin, and his girlfriend, 19-year-old Essence Dyson. The informant says that's all that he can tell them at this time and hangs up.
With just the names to go on, investigators start by checking their database.
When they do a background check on Chad Lee, they realize that he has been arrested before and has a few priors.
The arrests weren't for anything serious. In fact, they were classified as juvenile because he was only 17.
19-year-old Essence Dyson has also had some run-ins with the law.
She did have a criminal record. It was kind of minor. There was a simple robbery, a simple battery on her record. We wouldn't describe her as a hardened criminal.
Essence had a real good family. They gave her a lot of support.
She was adored by her mother and father. She was a college student at LSU, a math major, a very, very smart girl with a bright future ahead of her.
But Essence was no ordinary college student.
During the day, she was a student, and then during the night, she was, you know, she had two different lives she was living.
Essence Dyson loved the hip-hop lifestyle, the thriving music scene in Baton Rouge.
She was very, very closely affiliated with a lot of these little rap groups that were feuding with each other.
And that's how she met Chad Lee, Chad the Youngin Chesterfield.
He had aspirations to be a rapper, and he was good at it.
At 17, he was already on his way.
Chad was a part of the Kane Music Mafia, a local rap group in Baton Rouge.
Essence met Chad at a party for prominent Baton Rouge rapper Mr. Kane.
And they had the same friends, and they hung around each other, and Essence would go to Chad's concerts, and her friends and his friends, they all would hang out.
They began dating. They became inseparable. The two were always together.
Was the murder of Jordan Key another incident in the violent feuds of the Baton Rouge music scene?
Jordan was an aspiring rapper.
Baton Rouge police were already investigating multiple incidences between the city's rappers.
There were multiple task forces trying to get a hold of all this, and so these different groups were being identified, members of the groups. We just noticed that so many of them had a common name that was affiliated with them, and that name was Essence Dyson.
If Jordan was having a beef with Chad Lee Chesterfield, it would give him a reason for Chad's girlfriend, Essence, to be involved.
Investigators wanted to question both of them.
Detectives follow back up with the surviving victim, Andre Miles, to see if he knows them.
Andre says that he's known both Essence and Chad Lee for years.
He actually went to school with Essence, and he knows Chad Lee from the neighborhood.
In fact, Andre now recalls that he saw Essence not long before the shooting.
Andre had been working as security at a party, and he was waiting for the person who was supposed to pay him to come and bring the money.
There was this big parking lot where people would hang out after the clubs had closed. So Andre and Jordan were waiting there for the guy that was supposed to pay Andre.
Around 2 a.m., Andre and Jordan went into the store for a few minutes.
They went in and, used the restroom, but when they came out, they actually saw Essence.
Essence was standing there. And of course, they stopped and had a conversation with her because they knew her.
Andre says they talked outside the store for a couple of minutes.
They stopped and they talked, just, friendly. What are y'all getting into? What are you doing after this?
They asked her if she needed a ride. She said no, she was waiting on her sister to come out of the store. Andre said that the interaction felt strange, like something was off with her.
After retrieving Andre's payment, the friends parted ways.
Andre said that they told Essence goodbye and left the parking lot. Minutes later, the shooting occurred.
To detectives, the timing certainly seems suspicious.
Their number one priority is now tracking down Chatley Chesterfield and Essence Dyson.
Later that day, detectives received word that although Chatley is nowhere to be found, police have located Essence.
We transported her to our office.
Will she be the key to finally unraveling this case?
She just had this very negative demeanor.
She was clearly a ride or die for Chatley. She wanted to protect him at all costs.
On July 18th, 2012, Baton Rouge detectives are sitting down with 19-year-old college student Essence Dyson regarding her possible involvement in the shooting death of Jordan Key.
A phone tip had pointed police toward Essence and her boyfriend, Chatley Chad Chesterfield. And Andre Miles, who was with Jordan when he was killed, told the investigators that he talked to Essence in the parking lot only a few minutes before the murder.
Getting any useful information out of Essence will be easier said than done.
She just had this very negative demeanor. Basically, if I did know, I wouldn't tell you.
Oh, okay. Who are you with? I don't want to say their name because I don't know if they want to get involved with the police. So I don't even want to say no name.
Detectives continue to press Essence, and she finally starts to open up.
She admits that she knows Jordan Key and Andre Miles and that she saw them that night at the store.
There was nothing nefarious about it. It was just a chance meeting.
Essence says it was soon after they left that she caught up with Jordan and Andre at a stoplight.
I was right behind their car, but I didn't see nobody walk up to the car because we was at the red light and I was on my phone. You know, you ain't supposed to. And I just heard gunshots. I look up.
What was the description of the guy that you saw?
He was like a little taller than me.
What color shirt was he wearing?
White.
And one thing she's sure of is that it wasn't Chatley.
And you're familiar with what the shooter would look like if it was somebody that you knew?
Yes.
There wasn't nobody that you knew?
It wasn't.
Essence said that she never saw her boyfriend, Chatley Chesterfield, that night. As far as she knew, he was at home the whole time.
Detectives ask Essence where Chatley is now. And that's when she completely clams up.
We kept pressing and pressing and pressing, trying to get information. Then finally, she was just like, I don't have anything else to say without a lawyer present.
You're digging yourself into a hole that you're not going to be able to get yourself out of. So that's your statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I think you're making a terrible mistake. I think you're going to regret this.
Can I just go home?
Until they can strengthen their theory that she and Chatley are behind this crime, they must let her go.
Now that they have a statement from Essence, tracking down Chatley becomes the focus of the investigation.
We have officers out and everyone's telling us that he's not there.
It was an elaborate plot by all of Chad's supporters to hide him. They even named it Run Chad Run.
It was just everywhere on social media. to think of the amount of people that actually participated in the Run Chad Run movement. It was disgusting.
The search for Chad eventually expands outside Baton Rouge.
The Baton Rouge Police Department enlisted the help of different law enforcement agencies.
We had the U.S. Marshals involved, state police involved.
It takes over 3 months, but the effort finally pays off.
They find him hiding out in Baker, Louisiana, which is just about 10 miles outside of Baton Rouge.
When they question Chatley, the investigators get straight to the point.
Were you involved in that shooting? No. Do you know anything about the shooting?
He denied being present. He denied everything.
Who put you up to not do it? Okay, who did it? I don't know. So what you running for? Cause if I turn myself in, then I ain't trying to go to.
He started off saying that he didn't know anything about the shooting, wasn't at the intersection. Then he changed it to say he had a friend there who looked like him, and maybe that's why they thought it was him.
The detectives keep pushing, and Chad's story changes again.
Tell me what happened. I was in the car with Jason. I don't know if y'all know right now. I was in the car. I just seen somebody walk up and start shooting. I ain't gonna lie, I wasn't trying to see who it was because I was ducking.
Chatley claims that after they heard the gunshots, he and Essence took off.
Chatley said they never contacted the police because they did not want to get involved.
So that's a statement that you want to give? I'll give that statement.
Chatley's version of events is entirely different from what Essence Dyson has told investigators.
Essence never mentioned him being with her that night, but Chad won't budge on his story.
In fact, Chatley downplays his relationship with Essence.
You and her tight then? Who, man, Essence? I've been knowing her, but we ain't close like that. But y'all not or y'all weren't? We just talk to each other because we've been knowing each other.
Getting nowhere with Chatley Chesterfield, detectives decide to circle back to Frederick Gaines, who they still believe was the likely getaway driver in the crime.
Perhaps now that they have Essence and Chatley in their crosshairs, they could use that to get Frederick to flip.
And detectives are in luck.
He feels the walls are closing in on him, and he's ready to tell it all.
Frederick was just following orders.
In July of 2012, Baton Rouge police believe Chatley Chesterfield and Essence Dyson are behind the murder of 18-year-old Jordan Key. But with both suspects giving very different accounts of what happened that night, they're hoping the possible getaway driver, Frederick Gaines, can help them clear things up.
They want to speak to him again to see if he will flip on the other two.
If you willing to take the charge for pulling that trigger, that's on you. I know you didn't do it, but that's fine. That's totally up to you. It's totally up to you. Well, now's your time to help yourself. You've been there already. You see what I'm saying?
The threat of ending up back behind bars causes Frederick to cave.
He kind of felt like, okay, well, they got me now. He decided, Dad, I'm gonna come clean and make this right and just take responsibility for my actions.
You're gonna break it down right now with this total breakage.
Frederick admits that he was driving the getaway car that night, but claims he had no idea what was going to happen after he agreed to give his pal, Chatley Chesterfield, a ride home from the club.
He wasn't aware of what he was about to get himself into.
Frederick says that Chatley was constantly on the phone during the car ride.
Chad was talking on the phone, and he had the phone on speaker.
He was talking to Essence Dyson.
That's one of the chicks who Chad was, I guess, messing with at the time.
So you recognized Essence's voice?
Yeah, I recognized her voice.
And Frederick could also hear what they were talking about.
He said that Essence had been following Jordan Key that night for Chatley while he was doing his show at the club.
Essence told Chad that she'd spotted Jordan and his friend Andre outside a local convenience store.
Talking to Chad about telling him, you know, what they right here, right now. Chad was like, well, keep an eye on him. Stay close to him until we get there. Because we already in the corner way. So now, when I hear this, though, I'm like, I'm asking them, like, well, what did they do? What's going on here? Well, we got into it with him a few months back or something. We just catching up to him.
According to Frederick, Essence kept Chad continuously informed of Jordan's whereabouts.
I see them, they're over here, kind of giving a play-by-play.
When Jordan and Andre left, Essence followed them in her vehicle. She continued to keep Chatley updated on where they were going.
Frederick and Chatley caught up with Jordan at a red light.
They pulled up to the light, and he saw Essence clear as day in the car right behind Jordan Key.
He's like, well, that's the dudes right there in that first car. And that's Essence or whoever else in the car behind him was following him. And I'm like, so what you about to do? And he's like, we about to see you. Before I know it, he just jumped out my car.
Chatley went over to Jordan's side and opened fire.
As Frederick sat frozen in shock, Chatley ran back to the car and jumped in the passenger seat.
And once he got in, he was like, man, go. He was like, man, you better get us away, man. You know, we can't get caught out here like this. I just made sure I got away.
But the two men didn't make it far.
He tried to outrun the police, but ended up taking a turn onto a dead-end road. So they abandoned the car and fled on foot.
After they bailed out of the car, he and Chatley split up. He made his way back to his girlfriend's house to lay low.
Frederick claims he was afraid to tell the police what happened in his initial interview.
I just seen you kill somebody.
Frederick said that he saw what Chatley did to Jordan firsthand, and he was afraid that if he didn't keep quiet, he would be next.
Frederick also says he's since learned why Chad wanted Jordan Key dead.
They had a disagreement and a problem that stemmed from some rap songs.
Both Jordan and Chatley were very talented local artists. Chatley was a part of Mr. Kane's Kane Music Mafia. Jordan was a part of a different group. And their beef started really over rap lyrics, and it just spun out of control.
They did have some type of rift between the two parties because some music had been taken away from the party that Jordan was with. So they were in a disagreement about that. But we didn't think it was anything that was of a major concern, that it would lead to Jordan's death.
The motive is the last piece of the puzzle.
After speaking with Frederick, detectives finally believe that they have a clear picture of what happened that night.
Essence and Chad were both charged with second-degree murder.
Police also charged Frederick Gaines with accessory to murder.
Since Frederick agreed to cooperate with investigators and testify against Chatley, his charges are eventually dropped.
Investigators are hoping the same type of deal works on Essence.
She could get her charges reduced if she pled guilty and testified against her man.
Their biggest priority at this point is getting a guilty verdict for Chatley, since he was the mastermind and the triggerman.
But prosecutors never could have imagined just how dedicated Essence really was to Chad the Youngin Chesterfield.
She felt like Chatley was her ride or die.
I think she would have felt that she betrayed Chad.
Moving forward through this journey of losing a child is very painful. Every day is not sunshine, roses, happy, but every day is not dark either. There are a lot of dark days, but we do have a time where we can embrace what God gives us, His love, His peace, His joy. And although this is a very, very negative situation, there is always hope in this journey. And I just want to encourage mothers to hang in there and take it one day at a time, one moment, 1 minute, 1 second at a time. And we will make it. We will make it.
By the fall of 2012, police in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, have finally pieced together what happened in the tragic murder of 18-year-old aspiring rapper Jordan Keys.
Investigators believe that a rival rapper, Chatley Chesterfield, who goes by the name of Chad the Youngin, targeted Jordan with the help of his girlfriend, Essence Dyson.
Chatley and Jordan apparently had beef over some stolen rap music.
With Chad Chesterfield identified as the shooter, the prosecution hopes Essence will agree to testify against him at trial.
The district attorney was willing to reduce the charges against Essence in return for information that would guarantee a guilty verdict against Chad, the person that actually pulled the trigger.
To everyone's surprise, Essence refuses to make a deal.
Essence Dyson stuck to her story. She said that she couldn't testify against Chatley because she had no information to give prosecutors.
I think she would have felt that she betrayed Chad. So Essence didn't want to testify.
She felt like Chatley was her ride or die. She refused to turn against him.
In November of 2015, Chatley Chesterfield and Essence Dyson go on trial in East Baton Rouge Parish.
The trial was very emotional. The courtroom was full every time we went. Not just with our family and friends, but his friends and family as well.
There was a lot of tension between the Chad and Essence friends and family side.
However, Essence and Chad aren't bothered by the tense mood in the courtroom.
Passing notes and talking and giggling and that sort of thing. Kind of like kids. I'm not sure if either of them understood the severity of what they were facing at that time.
She was smiling like nothing had ever happened.
I had to indicate to both of them that they had to be aware that the jury was always paying attention and looking, so they have to not be as playful or joyful, because this was a serious case.
Their apparent lack of remorse plays into the prosecution's argument.
Essence and Chatley were intentionally looking for Jordan Key to murder him in cold blood, and Essence did what she had to do to help her man. Ballistics confirmed that the weapon found in the abandoned vehicle matched the shell casings of the weapon used at the crime scene.
The evidence gathered from the getaway car proved that Chad Chesterfield was one of 2 men who fled the scene of the shooting.
There was DNA evidence on the handles of the car doors, on the murder weapon, and throughout the car.
But Essence Dyson was in her own car, and her attorney tells the jury that she had nothing to do with the shooting.
Our defense was that this was a chance meeting, and while Essence was present in the area, she didn't have any criminal culpability in any of this.
Her lawyers argue that even if she did let Chatley know where Jordan was, she never knew that he was going to kill him.
When the case goes to the jury, they side with the prosecution.
They find Essence guilty of second-degree murder.
She was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole.
Chatley is also found guilty of second-degree murder. But since he's underage, his sentence is decidedly less harsh than Essence's.
Chad, who was 17, could not receive a life sentence without parole.
He would be eligible for parole in 30 years.
Even though Essence was his accomplice, she could end up doing more time in prison than him simply because of their age differences.
While the sentences come as a relief to Jordan Key's family, they bring little comfort.
To me, they got what they deserved, but you're not gonna ever forget it. It's like, yeah, justice has been served, but what about the families that's left behind to grieve?
Not only have I lost my child, but he was robbed of the opportunity to show the world who he was, show the gifts that God had given him that was for the world to see.
One thing that I would want people to know about my grandson is that there was greatness on the inside of him, and it was taken away.
Essence Dyson will forever live with the consequences of the murder she helped her man commit.
I just wish that this could have been avoided. Maybe she could have gotten that degree in math and been working for NASA.
A person like her comes from a great background, the type of family she had, the type of future that she would have had. I think it's unfortunate that she had this level of loyalty for him because it ended up costing her her freedom.
To young women, please don't get yourself tied up with these guys that call themselves gangsters and, you know, this is kind of lifestyle with the fast money and the cars. That's not all it is to life. You know, you can do better with your life than that.
For some women, love means standing by your man, no matter the cost. And ride or die means you're ready to go wherever your man takes you. But when that ride takes you on a road of no return, you may be asking yourself if the price was really worth it. When you've been dreaming of the high life, the promise of money and fame can be intoxicating.
She was aspiring to be a model and an actress.
He portrayed himself as being this actor and this rapper that was giving back to the community. She was totally just obsessed with him.
But if it's all a facade, where do you run to when the avalanche starts?
This case was about greed. This case was about someone who was portraying themselves to live a lifestyle that they definitely couldn't afford.
After a single decision snowballs into the ultimate consequence, who pays for the destruction that ensues?
He didn't want to get his hands dirty.
After it happened, he ended up ghosting her. She let her love for her man get in the way of good and evil.
It's this time that she'll never, ever get back, and it's all because she decided to help her men.
September 2nd, 2012, Chicago, Illinois. The Windy City is quiet as the early morning hours creep by.
Chicago is a beautiful, world-class city. It's a gem right along Lake Michigan.
It's a continuously thriving melting pot of great people, great food, great attractions.
But as the sun begins to rise over Lake Michigan, the day takes a sinister turn.
911 operators received a frantic call from 35-year-old Randall Davis. He said an intruder broke into his girlfriend's condo and shot her. He would cry out for someone to come to the apartment to help.
Police race to the luxury apartment building in the city's upscale North Side neighborhood.
The fact that this crime happened in this neighborhood is quite shocking.
It's not known for its crime. This is an area where people go to escape crime.
Inside the apartment, police make contact with the 911 caller, Randall Davis, who appears to have been attacked himself.
He had sustained a large laceration to his head.
The injuries suffered by his girlfriend, Yolanda Holmes, appear to be much more severe.
They see Yolanda's body in a pool of blood.
She was dead. She sustained multiple wounds to the chest.
It's clear Yolanda's death was beyond violent. It looked like she suffered a horrific death.
Yolanda Holmes was a vivacious 45-year-old who never met a stranger and worked hard to become a successful business owner.
Yolanda owned a local hair salon where you not only could just get regular services, but people came to talk, hang out, have fun.
While Yolanda was deeply rooted in her community, everyone knew her 24-year-old son was #1 in her life.
Her son, Kwame Wilson, that was her prize, that was her joy.
Kwame, or Young QC, was an emerging rapper in Chicago.
He was charismatic, young, good-looking.
Yolanda supported all his creative efforts and really believed in what he can do with his craft.
She was essentially helping to fund his budding music career until he could make it on his own.
But now, Yolanda Holmes is lying dead in her apartment.
How could something so tragic and horrendous happen to such a beautiful, vibrant, and loving person?
When homicide detectives arrive, they immediately turn to Yolanda's boyfriend, Randall Davis, for answers.
He explained that it all started around 4:40 that morning.
According to Randall, he and Yolanda had just fell asleep, and next thing you know, he heard gunshots.
That's when he saw the gunman standing over Yolanda.
Yolanda's boyfriend described the gunman as a male, African-American, approximately 6 feet tall, and about 210 pounds.
According to Randall, he leaped out of the bed and tried to take down the intruder to protect Yolanda. And that's when he was struck over the head by the gun.
He claimed he ended up getting knocked unconscious, and then the offender ran out of the house.
Randall says when he regained consciousness a few minutes later, the apartment was covered in blood.
That's when he realized she had been shot, and he called 911.
We asked him who could have done this, and he had no reason why someone would want Yolanda dead.
His only response was, "You're the detectives. You tell me who did this."
As Randall is transferred to the hospital, detectives begin processing the scene for more clues.
I've been on the job 22 years, and I don't think I've ever seen a bloodier crime scene.
Yolanda's bedroom was an absolute mess. There was blood splatter on the wall. There were bullet holes found in her headboard.
Gunshot wounds weren't Yolanda's only injuries.
Yolanda had been shot in the head and stabbed 4 times in her abdomen.
It's clear Yolanda's death was beyond violent. This immediately seems like overkill.
Detectives quickly locate what they believe to be one of the murder weapons.
We observed a black revolver that was in pieces on the floor. That could easily happen from firing and exploding, or if it was used to hit somebody, it could fall apart like that.
Detectives don't find the knife used in the crime, but they do discover other curious pieces of evidence.
There was an earbud, a white earbud, that was torn and cut.
There was a stack of money that was on the floor and it was covered in blood, $90,000 cash.
If this was a random intruder, it was strange that the assailant didn't take it with them.
And that is what we had to get to the bottom of.
Detectives begin to question Randall's account of a mysterious intruder.
We observed the door was in original condition and it had not been damaged.
All of the locks were intact. There were no pry marks. There was definitely no signs of forced entry.
Did Randall Davis know more about this crime than he was letting on?
On September 2nd, 2012, after receiving a panicked 911 call from Randall Davis, Chicago police have discovered the body of his girlfriend, 45-year-old Yolanda Holmes.
Randall claims an intruder broke in and attacked them. He had suffered a head wound, but Yolanda had been shot in the head and stabbed multiple times in the chest.
Investigators are beginning to question whether Randall knows more than he's letting on.
Yolanda's boyfriend's account of the incident had some holes in it.
The only thing that he ever mentioned to us is the fact that Yolanda was shot. But she wasn't just shot, she was shot and she was stabbed to death.
That was odd and very suspect.
Furthermore, there's no sign of forced entry into the apartment.
All of the locks were intact, there were no pry marks.
Something was sketchy, a little fishy.
Investigators begin questioning Yolanda's neighbors, hoping to find someone who might have heard or seen anything suspicious.
We knocked on every single door and interviewed every single person that lived inside that building. A couple people heard what they thought might have been a gunshot around the time of the murder, but most of those leads didn't really lead us anywhere.
Fortunately, though, detectives receive word that the apartment complex has surveillance cameras.
If there really was this mystery intruder that Randall claimed, then that person would be seen on the footage.
Back at the station, detectives review the surveillance video.
As we continued observing the video, we were shocked.
At 4:30 that morning, they do indeed see footage of a man that looked similar to what Randall had described.
A black male, approximately 6 feet tall and about 200 pounds.
He was walking up to the front door, nonchalant, like he lived there. And he was holding dry cleaning over his shoulder and a detergent bottle.
But that's not all.
He's wearing white earbuds.
That was exciting because in the crime scene, we identified a single white earbud laying in the blood on the floor.
He puts his hands toward the keypad and puts a code in.
Moments later, he was buzzed in.
He enters going directly to the 4th floor. So the person knew exactly where they were going.
And walked up to Yolanda's door and walked in without any force and without any issue.
The suspected gunman remains inside the apartment for approximately 7 minutes.
After he left Yolanda's apartment, he quickly walked down the hall into the stairwell.
Detectives are able to make out another crucial detail in the footage of the man leaving the building.
You can see a single white earbud with a cord hanging from his ear.
That second earbud was clearly missing.
The question now is, who let the suspect into the building?
We had to keep digging to get the truth. Was Yolanda's boyfriend involved? Did he set this up?
Before police can speak with Randall again, they get word that someone has arrived at the station to talk to them.
It's Yolanda's 24-year-old son, Kwame Wilson.
It seemed like he was still in shock.
He was distraught about what happened to his mother. He wanted justice served and was seeking answers.
Kwame tells detectives he has some information that could help aid in the investigation.
He tells detectives that there's one person that has shown violence to his mother in the past, and that person is her boyfriend, Randall Davis.
Kwame does tell detectives that he thought they had broken up recently.
According to Kwame, the couple had gotten into a recent argument that had been the last straw for his mother.
Randall and his mother actually got into a fight, which led to Randall breaking the TV, and eventually police were called, and Randall had to leave the apartment.
Yolanda, after that, she didn't press charges, but now that's raising some flags with detectives.
Investigators were already suspicious of Randall, and now they hear he has violent tendencies.
Detectives asked Kwame, do they believe that Randall could be involved in his mom's murder? And without a shadow of a doubt, Kwame immediately says yes.
The next day, after Randall has been released from the hospital, detectives bring him down to the station for a follow-up interview. When they ask him about the prior altercation with Yolanda, he has an explanation.
Randall tells the police that he had been drinking and that he was jealous of another man. Things just got out of hand.
But he says that him and Yolanda had rekindled their relationship. Since then,
in fact, Randall says on the night Yolanda was killed, she invited him over for a romantic evening.
They had sex and were preparing to go to sleep when Yolanda's phone went off. It was her son, Kwame.
Kwame was asking to come pick up some money from his mother.
Yolanda told Kwame that she would leave the door unlocked for him since she and Randall were going to bed.
But why did Kwame need money so late at night? And did he ever actually go over to retrieve it?
they find it odd that Kwame never mentioned this call. They find this suspicious.
Yolanda Holmes loved her son, Kwame Wilson. She really invested a lot of her time into helping him develop into an independent young man. The two of them inherited an apartment building on the west side of Chicago, where she allowed him to stay in the unit and manage the tenants in that unit. While he was invested in his young career as a rapper, she still sought out really helping her son to be independent and manage his finances better.
In September of 2012, Chicago investigators are trying to solve the murder of 45-year-old Yolanda Holmes, who was found shot and stabbed in her uptown luxury apartment. Yolanda's boyfriend, Randall Davis, who found Yolanda dead and made the 911 call, has been the main suspect so far.
Even though Yolanda's boyfriend was cooperating with the investigation, a lot of what he said didn't coincide with some of the evidence.
In speaking with Randall, detectives have uncovered a suspicious piece of information about Yolanda's son, Kwame.
Yolanda got a call from Kwame not long before the murder took place.
Kwame asked Yolanda if he could come over that morning to get some cash from her.
Yolanda left the door open for Kwame, which could explain how the gunman got into the apartment.
Detectives were wondering why hadn't Kwame told them about this call initially when they first spoke with him.
Detectives attempt to contact Kwame several times to see if he has an explanation, but they get no response.
Over the following days, detectives are still trying to reach out to Kwame, but has not heard back from him.
While Kwame is nowhere to be found around Chicago, his online presence has never been more active.
Since his mother passed, Kwame was seen flaunting his wealth and cars and all of that on social media.
I don't play no games, man. You know, I do this for real.
Yolanda had a bunch of life insurance policies.
Now, the amount of money in those policies was never disclosed, but there was $90,000 that was found inside of Yolanda's apartment, and he was the beneficiary of that money.
To investigators, it doesn't seem like the behavior of a grieving son.
Kwame was coming into a lot of money, and he was not shy at all about spending the money that he was getting and partying around town.
He started looking more and more suspicious to me. What we did next is we did a cell phone study.
When detectives pulled Kwame's phone records, they were able to verify the call that Randall had mentioned.
Kwame also made several other phone calls around the time of his mother's murder.
Some of those calls were made to a man named Eugene Spencer, who was familiar to police.
Eugene Spencer had a rap sheet, but very minor stuff. I think he only had like 1 or 2 arrests. He was homeless though, so he wasn't easy to locate.
Detectives also realized that Eugene shared a lot of the physical characteristics of the person that was seen in that surveillance video.
Eugene Spencer isn't the only person Kwame was corresponding with that morning.
Kwame made several phone calls to a woman named Loriana Johnson.
Loriana Johnson is someone police are not familiar with.
She had basically no criminal history and definitely wasn't involved in anything like this before.
Who is Loriana Johnson, and can she help them find Kwame and Eugene?
23-year-old Loriana Johnson was a beautiful Chicago native, focusing on a budding career.
She was aspiring to be a model and an actress.
She was also a young mom who was trying her best to make ends meet. She worked at a hair supply store, but she was waiting for her big break. She was a tiny, petite little thing.
It was on a modeling gig that she first laid eyes on 24-year-old Kwame Wilson.
Loriana was there for a photo shoot, but Kwame was there as an up-and-coming artist.
Kwame was a young and aspiring rapper who went by the name of Young QC.
Kwame looked every bit the part of the next big thing.
He portrayed himself as being this rapper that was giving back to the community. Loriana was definitely impressed by that.
Loriana was starstruck by Kwame, his rapping, his charisma, and his local fame.
When Loriana became Kwame's girl, she finally got a taste of the high life she always dreamed of.
Kwame would have nights on the town with her, give her lavish gifts.
She was impressed by his lifestyle. He appeared to have a lot of money. She liked the fact that he got all this attention, that he had a pretty big following. She was totally just obsessed with Kwame.
But behind all that cash was a dark secret.
She was naive, believing that Kwame was this successful rapper. In reality, most of the money that Kwame saw came from his mother and her successful hair salon.
Now, Chicago detectives are hoping Loriana can help them track down Kwame and unravel what really happened on the night of his mother's untimely death.
Detectives want to speak to her and Eugene Spencer ASAP.
Before they can, they receive the call they've been waiting for.
Officers call me and let me know that Kwame Wilson was part of a traffic stop. He told the officers that he was looking to talk to me about his mom's investigation.
September 2012, Chicago, Illinois. Local homicide detectives are becoming more and more suspicious of 24-year-old Kwame Wilson regarding the death of his mother, Yolanda Holmes.
Detectives have learned that Kwame had made a phone call to his mom asking for money before her brutal murder.
Since her death, he had been flaunting all of the money he had inherited from her all over social media.
On top of that, it seemed that he had been evading law enforcement.
After learning that Kwame made several calls to his girlfriend, Loriana Johnson, and another man, Eugene Spencer, around the time of the murder, detectives are eager to speak with them. But then, they get the news they've been waiting for.
Officers call me and let me know that Kwame Wilson was part of a traffic stop, and he told the officers that he was looking to talk to me about his mom's investigation. So I said, transport him into the station and we'll talk about his mom's case.
When detectives finally sit down with Kwame, they ask him where he's been.
Kwame tells him he's actually been trying to get in contact with them.
Detectives question Kwame about Eugene Spencer, the man he placed several calls to around the time of the murder, and a dead ringer for the man seen in the surveillance video.
Kwame admits to knowing Eugene, but he said it's only because Eugene used to live above him at his old apartment.
Detectives asked Kwame what he and Spencer were talking about the morning of the murder, and Kwame says that he does not remember.
Why would Kwame be having all these phone calls with someone he claims is just an old neighbor, and now he can't even remember what they talked about?
When detectives show Kwame a screenshot from the surveillance footage, he's much more forthcoming.
He was pretty quiet, but then he finally says, "You already know who that is. That's Boo." And Boo is the nickname that Eugene Spencer used. So he tells me that Eugene Spencer is the person who went inside the house and killed his mother.
We were shocked. That changed everything.
Kwame, he looks down and looks defeated almost, and he tells investigators that this was supposed to be a robbery.
Kwame tells detectives that it was all Eugene's idea. Eugene wanted to rob his mother because she was rich.
He basically says that he feared for his safety. He was afraid of Boo, Eugene Spencer.
According to Kwame, his girlfriend, Loriana Johnson, was also in on the plan.
Loriana was the getaway driver.
She provided the transportation for Eugene to and from Yolanda's apartment.
Kwame insists that he loved his mother and never would have harmed her on purpose.
He said that he was just supposed to go inside and get money. He had no idea that Eugene would end up killing Yolanda Holmes.
Is Kwame telling the truth?
He is the only one who has anything substantial to gain from this murder.
All of her life insurance policies and remaining assets were awarded to Kwame. Detectives wanted to speak with Loriana and Eugene to see if their stories lined up with what Kwame was claiming.
Although tracking down Eugene is still proving difficult, police are quickly able to locate Loriana Johnson and bring her in for questioning.
Loriana was very polite. She was very quiet. She wasn't very forthcoming initially.
She denied even knowing anything about the murder.
How do you not know that your boyfriend's mother was killed?
With added pressure from detectives, Loriana changes her tune.
So after further questioning, Loriana admits that she does know about the murder, and she was even at Yolanda's funeral. But Kwame told her that whoever killed Yolanda was in custody and had already confessed to the crime.
Loriana insists that she had nothing to do with his mother's murder.
That's when detectives reveal what Kwame has already told them.
Police reveal to Loriana that Kwame already has implicated her in the crime and already told them that she was the getaway driver.
Loriana is stunned finding out that Kwame would say all of this about her.
As time went on, she realized that she couldn't lie to protect Kwame anymore. And little by little, bits of information came out about exactly what happened.
Loriana admits that on September 1st, 2012, Kwame asked her to come over when she got off work.
When she arrived, Kwame introduced her to Eugene Spencer.
Eventually, Kwame took Loriana into his bedroom where the two had sex. Loriana didn't know what Eugene was doing during that time. But when they emerged from the bedroom, he was still at the apartment.
At that point, Eugene asked Loriana to give him a ride to the north side. Eugene also offered to give Loriana $30 for gas money.
Loriana agreed to take Eugene to where he needed to go. But she says she never could have anticipated where that ride would really take her.
There was this awful smell coming from him.
It smelled like death.
September 2012, Chicago, Illinois. Detectives are interrogating Loriana Johnson regarding her role in the murder of her boyfriend's mother, 45-year-old Yolanda Holmes.
She admits that she agreed to drive Kwame's friend Eugene to Chicago's north side. But she thought it was just to run an errand, not to commit murder.
Well, Loriana says when it was time to get in the car, Eugene got in the back seat, which she found odd, but she didn't think much of it.
When he got into the car, he had a duffel bag with some clothes and some hangers on them. She said that they were silent for most of the drive.
When they arrived at their destination, Eugene told her that he just needed to drop some things off and he'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Just 10 minutes later, Eugene came running back to the car.
He was out of breath. Something seemed a bit off.
She smelled this horrible smell coming from him that she had never smelled before. She told investigators that she tried to ask Eugene about the smell, but he just told her to drive. She did what she was told.
Once they made it several blocks away, Eugene told Loriana to let him out of the car. And she says she hasn't seen him since.
Was Loriana Johnson really as unsuspecting as she claims?
Kwame had already told police that Loriana knew Eugene was going there to rob Yolanda.
I didn't believe Loriana at all. She knew that she was waiting outside as the getaway driver. She knew afterwards that Kwame's mother was dead, and it was completely unreasonable to believe that she didn't put all of this together.
Before detectives can press her for answers, they receive news that Eugene Spencer has finally been taken into custody.
So detectives decide to keep Loriana in holding while they go and question Eugene.
Detectives are surprised that immediately Eugene confesses in his role in the murder.
Eugene admits that Kwame was the mastermind of this, and Loriana was more involved than she was letting on. He says Kwame's motive was to collect the 2 life insurance policies on Yolanda.
This case was about greed. This case was about someone who was portraying themselves to live a lifestyle that they definitely couldn't afford. And he would have gone to any means to obtain this lifestyle. And what he did is he brought someone else along for the ride with him, which was Loriana.
The plan was for Loriana to drive Eugene to Yolanda's condo, and he was supposed to shoot her.
He and Kwame were on the phone, and Kwame was giving him instructions on how to get into the building. When he made his way into Yolanda's bedroom, he was met with a surprise that none of them had anticipated. Randall Davis.
He wasn't expecting someone else to be inside the house.
Eugene says that he was eventually able to knock Randall out.
At that point is when Eugene called Kwame to tell him what had happened.
And Kwame said, make sure that is dead.
He went and got a knife out of the kitchen and stabbed Yolanda 3 to 4 times just to make sure that she was gone.
When Eugene returned to the car, he was covered in blood.
He says that he wrapped the murder knife in some clothing and then gave it to Loriana for safekeeping before they sped away.
Kwame promised him $4,200, and to this day, he only received $70 for payment.
After speaking with Eugene Spencer, detectives, they were more confident that Kwame was the actual mastermind and Loriana Johnson was a co-conspirator.
With Eugene Spencer's statement in tow, detectives confront Loriana once again.
Loriana now changes her story.
She says that she knew that they were planning something, but she thought it was just a robbery. On September 2nd, Kwame told her that she needed to bring a gun that he had hidden at her place to his apartment. Once she arrived at the apartment, Kwame asked her to drive Eugene to the north side. She saw Kwame wiping down the gun as well as the bullets.
She agreed to help her man. She agreed to drive someone that she barely knew to the apartment building. She never knew that the victim was going to be Kwame's mother.
Loriana tells detectives that she really was shocked when Eugene returned to the car, smelling like death.
She now admits that she called Kwame and asked him, well, what's going on with Eugene?
Eugene starts chiming in from the back saying, I shot her, but the gun jammed, so I had to get a knife.
Loriana denies ever seeing the knife in question and that Eugene never gave her the knife.
Loriana also tells detectives that following the murder, her loyalty to Kwame didn't get her very far.
Kwame started ghosting her and ignoring her calls.
Kwame was dating other people. She still would see him on occasion, but they definitely were not in a serious relationship per her after the murder.
With the confession, investigators have enough to charge Kwame, Eugene, and Loriana with first-degree murder.
The fact that she admitted to driving Eugene Spencer and participating in what she believed to be an armed robbery, and someone died as a result of what occurred, she is still liable for what we call in Illinois is felony murder.
Prosecutors knew that in order to convict Kwame, Loriana had to be a star witness.
Can investigators work out a deal with Loriana and convince her to testify against her man?
He sent her out to do the dirty work for him.
If she doesn't take the deal, she could spend the rest of her life behind bars.
With women like Loriana, we see what it costs you to protect someone who may not even value you, love you, respect you. She really believed that this dude, this person that said that loved her, really did love her. And unfortunately, this was a crime that she may have also been blinded by, but still wanted to see it out just to protect him. It's clear you have to recognize these red flags. Like, nobody who says that they love you would ever put you in harm's way.
Fall 2012, Chicago, Illinois. Investigators are preparing to offer 23-year-old murder suspect Loriana Johnson a plea deal if she agrees to testify against her man at trial.
Police believe Kwame Wilson was the mastermind behind his mother's murder. But Loriana also faces first-degree murder charges because she served as the getaway driver.
However, if Loriana agrees to take the deal, her charges will be lessened to armed robbery.
If she doesn't take the deal, she could spend the rest of her life behind bars.
We let her know that Kwame basically set her out to dry. He sent her out to do the dirty work for him, and he figured that he wouldn't be liable for anything that they did.
After it happened, he ended up ghosting her.
They tell Loriana it's time that she put her best interests first.
To investigators' relief, Loriana decides to take the deal.
Loriana agreed to testify against Kwame Wilson in exchange for a plea deal, which allowed her to be sentenced to just 14 years.
In March 2019, Kwame gets his day in court.
Kwame Wilson is on trial for first-degree murder, and the prosecution's star witness against him is Loriana. Loriana admitted Kwame was the mastermind to this whole murder of his mother. He provided the weapons, and he provided information to Eugene and Loriana of how to gain entry into his mother's residence.
Prosecutors tell the jury that Kwame's motive was to collect the 2 life insurance policies on Yolanda, and that Kwame was the beneficiary of the $90,000 that was in Yolanda's home.
Kwame didn't want to get his hands dirty, but he wanted to make sure his mother was dead.
After a 4-day trial, the jury reaches a decision.
It only took them 2 hours to convict Kwame of first-degree murder, home invasion, and attempted murder.
Kwame Wilson was sentenced to 99 years in prison.
A day later, Eugene Spencer is dealt a similar fate.
At his trial, Eugene was found guilty and convicted of the same 3 charges Kwame faced, but he was given 100 years in prison.
The fact that Kwame would have his own mother killed in such a brutal fashion is still a bitter pill to swallow for those that loved Yolanda.
This case was especially sad because the true killer here, Kwame Wilson, was raised with a family that loved him and wanted only the best for him.
Yolanda gave him everything that she possibly could. There was no reason for this to have happened.
How tragic is that the one person that she loved is the person who paid someone $70 to brutally murder her.
Loriana Johnson is released on parole in 2020.
With time served and Illinois' day served equals day credit policy, Loriana only has to serve 7 years out of her 14-year sentence.
Despite getting out early, this is still 7 years. This is time she'll never get back with her kids. And it's all because she decided to help her men.
This is a cautionary tale. She could have had a much better life had she not been so obsessed with Kwame Wilson.
Loriana Johnson was a young, beautiful, smart girl who let her emotions and love for her man get in the way of good and evil.
Love is a powerful drug. In this case, it was deadly.
Love can feel like an avalanche, but in the wake of an avalanche is total destruction. Shattered lives, lifelong scars that will never fade, and sometimes a woman left holding the bag, wondering where it all went wrong.
Teenage love is in full bloom in Yale, Michigan, but not everyone's happy for Tia Skinner and her new boyfriend.
He was a bad guy with a bad reputation. Tia's parents forbid her from seeing him.
But she's willing to take drastic measures to keep her new man in her life.
What she orchestrated was just horrific. I don't know how anyone could come up with something like this. She saw her parents as an obstacle, and she wasn't going to let them get in the way of her and her boyfriend.
And later, in a suburb of Detroit, love-starved Renata Hamilton falls hard for a self-described bad boy.
She was in love with a hardened criminal. No good could come of this.
And when Renata is pulled into his life of crime, it costs her more than she could ever imagine.
She did this to prove her loyalty to him in hopes that he would never leave her.
And it was her wanting to please her man.
In the small town of Yale, Michigan, Tia Skinner has finally found a home after being bounced from house to house.
By the age of 3, Tia was taken in by her aunt, Uncle Merritt, and Paul Skinner.
She had 3 older siblings, 2 brothers, and 1 sister who were about 5 to 6 years older than her. Tia's older brother, Jeffrey, was her half-brother. They shared the same mother. And Paul and Mara adopted him a few years before Tia was born. Her other two older siblings, Aaron and Madeline, they were Paul and Mara's children.
What color nightlight would you like? Being adopted by family, what's called the kinship home, certainly gives a child a much better advantage with regard to fitting into a family. For Tia, this was advantageous for her because it helped her have a quicker adjustment and it helped her as far as being a more successful adult.
And her new beginning with the Skinner family is a testament to how far she's come.
Tia was born in a state penitentiary. Her mother was a drug addict. After Tia was born, she was taken by her biological father, who had her for a short amount of time.
She did have a good relationship with her biological father, up until she was about 8 years old when he passed away.
Over the next 14 years, the family showers Tia with love, giving her everything she needs and more.
The Skinners were a very active family. They went on ski trips, camping trips. They loved to hang out together and have fun together and travel together. They were just a fun, loving family.
With their support, Tia thrives.
She was an honor student. She was well-liked. She was very involved. She played basketball. She was in the band. She played volleyball. And her family, they were her biggest cheerleaders.
By her senior year of high school, all of her siblings are away at college, and 17-year-old Tia is left alone with her parents.
Paul had a job as a pipe fitter, and he was out of state quite a bit. He was home on weekends. Mara was in the school system as a teacher.
With Paul gone most days, she's under Mara's wing 24/7.
Tia and Mara had a pretty regular schedule. Tia would make coffee for Mara in the morning. They'd ride to school together. After school, she would be dropped off to babysit, unless she had after-school activities. So they had a pretty steady and regular routine.
As perfect as things may seem, there's still one crack in the family picture as Tia begins to blossom into a young woman.
You're supposed to be doing your homework. The Skinner family, they never really had any major points of contention with Tia, but they did have issues with the boys that she chose to date, and it really started to become a problem for the family.
I would just ask my friend Ashley for help. Okay, just stay focused.
Her parents felt that the guys that she was choosing weren't worthy of dating her. They were dropping out of school, they were hanging out with the wrong crowd, they were into drugs, and so that became a very big struggle for her parents.
Tia appears to have gone for the bad boys because that's what she knew. No matter how bad her dad was, she loved him for that, and so overlooked a lot of his very bad habits. She did the same thing with the bad boys.
But their faith in God always keeps the family centered, even through her trying teenage years.
The Skinners were a church-going family. Tia was involved in a youth group, and they went to church regularly.
Every Wednesday night, she attends Bible study. And on one fall evening, she runs into 18-year-old Jonathan Kurtz, an old crush that will change her life forever.
Tia actually knew Jonathan from high school. He was a year older than her, and he dropped out of high school and moved away for a while. And they reconnected when he came back, and she met him again at her church youth group.
Those few hours together bring back old feelings. And the next day, Jonathan asks Tia to be his girlfriend. She happily accepts, but when she tells her mother, Mara isn't nearly as excited.
And I think he really likes me, and I really like him too. Who is it? Jonathan Kurtz?
Tia's mother knew most of the kids in the neighborhood, but she wasn't quite sure she was familiar with Jonathan.
The name rings a bell, but I hope it's not the guy I'm thinking of.
And what Mara recalls from teaching him in middle school convinces her she doesn't want Jonathan around her daughter.
He was known for being involved with drugs, and at some point, he was hospitalized for mental issues.
Tia assures her that Jonathan has changed, and she begs her mom to give him a chance.
You don't trust me with anything! I never trust me! No, that's not true.
But Mara's mind is already made up.
She wanted Tia to stop seeing him, and so she immediately objected to any continuation of the relationship.
When Tia's father comes home from work that weekend, he sides with Mara. But Jonathan's rebel ways are already rubbing off. Despite her parents' orders, she keeps seeing him anyway.
Their relationship pretty much had to be kept in secret. They had to sneak and text each other. They would meet at youth group, but there wasn't a lot of time that they had to actually spend together one-on-one.
What we typically see in young love is, in this particular case, a young woman meets a guy who makes her feel really special, and therefore, because he is the first one, he's setting the template. She goes for him hook, line, and sinker.
But her backdoor defiance is quickly found out.
Mara drove past the park, and she happened to see Tia with Jonathan. They were just sitting there talking, but she was surprised. She didn't expect to see them together.
Embarrassed, Tia leaves Jonathan behind and jumps in the car with a disappointed Mara. And what Mara has to say goes in one ear and out the other.
Jonathan sent Tia a text message that said he loved her, and Tia responded and said she loved him too. She decided to take her cell phone away and put her on punishment and said that she was no longer allowed to date Jonathan.
Mara thinks she's made her point. What she doesn't know is that she's incited a burning rage inside Tia.
Tia was young and impressionable, and Jonathan came along and offered her something that she felt that she didn't have at home, the excitement, taking a walk on the wild side. And so she was completely open to that experience, even though it turned out to be a very negative one.
2 weeks into her relationship with Jonathan, Tia proposes a wicked plan.
Tia and Jonathan were texting, and she mentioned that she wished they were dead.
Tia was so consumed with this relationship and appeared to be so immature that she didn't realize the power of her words.
Jonathan offered to kill her parents. Tia didn't think twice. She thought it would be better for both of them if her parents were dead. She saw this as a chance to be free. Her and Jonathan could be together all they wanted.
To sweeten the pot for her new boyfriend, the 17-year-old decides to turn some funds she received from a recent academic scholarship from book money to blood money.
She offered Jonathan $1,000 to kill her parents.
Now that the plan is in play, Tia and Jonathan start the countdown to their independence.
For Tia, just to be detached from her parents in that way, having no feelings for them, not even seeing them as human beings, was so quick, was so rapid. But at the end of that tunnel for her was her freedom, the freedom to be with Jonathan.
Nothing was gonna stand in the way of their love, not even family.
In the small town of Yale, Michigan, 17-year-old Tia Skinner has fallen in love with 18-year-old bad boy Jonathan Kurtz. Her parents have forbidden her from seeing him, but no one's going to keep Tia from her new man.
Jonathan Kurtz was not a stable man. He'd been in and out of mental facilities and had a history with drugs.
Tia and Jonathan had been together about 2 weeks, but she was convinced he was worth fighting for.
The passion in Tia's relationship with Jonathan was very deep. She was willing to make the ultimate sacrifice in order for the two of them to be together for what she thought would be forever.
And when she suggests that they kill her parents, Jonathan jumps at the chance to prove himself to her. But he realizes he needs a little help.
Jonathan wanted to recruit his neighbor, James Preston, who had gone to high school with both he and Tia.
Jonathan approached James and said he was going to get $1,000 and that he'd split it with him.
And 18-year-old James Preston jumps on board.
James might have gotten involved for financial opportunity. After all, he was going to get half of the murder fee and had a child to take care of and needed the money.
Now that the killers are hired, Tia wants the job done as soon as possible so she and Jonathan can be together forever.
Tia explained exactly how this was going to work. She drew a map of her house, how they would get in through her window so that they knew exactly how to get from her room to the parents' bedroom. It was going to look like a break-in, and Tia was going to be downstairs in the basement watching a movie so that it would seem as if she didn't know or didn't hear what was going on.
This plan that Tia came up with was so well thought out, so complex. It really makes you wonder whether she had thought of this plan before, whether she had been working on this, perhaps because her parents kept her from being with someone else in the past.
And 10 days into her relationship with Jonathan, the date for the murder is set.
Tia told James and Jonathan that next Friday, when her father returned from his out-of-town job, that is when she wanted the killing done.
The following Thursday, a day before the planned murders, Tia plays the role of dutiful daughter.
She still fixed Mara's coffee. They rode to school together. They followed their regular routine. It was just a normal day.
But that Thursday afternoon, a day before they plan to carry out the murders, an unexpected arrival throws a wrench in their plans.
When Tia got home from school that day, she found out that her dad came home early. She sent a quick text to Jonathan telling him that they should do the murder tonight, and it should be done at 11 o'clock.
This will be the end to Tia's troubles, and she and Jonathan can be free to pursue their love without interference. She has officially put the nail in her parents' coffin.
No, we're not doing this tomorrow. We're doing this tonight.
Jonathan and James will be ready. And while her murder squad watches the seconds tick off the clock, Tia spends some final hours with Paul and Mara.
Tia and her parents had a normal evening. They went shopping together, they went out to dinner, and they came back home.
But when they return home from dinner, Tia's thrown off when greeted by her brother Jeffrey, who's making an unexpected visit. But she knows it's too late to call off the boys.
He and his parents were in the kitchen talking, and Tia took this opportunity to sneak upstairs.
When Tia stepped into that house and saw Jeffrey, this was a sign that this plan wasn't going to go smooth as she wanted it to. In many ways, it brought her back to her own reality, to the possible guilt that she would be having to deal with, that she murdered her parents, but also murdered the parents of her siblings too.
But the plan is still on. She anxiously awaits the arrival of Jonathan and James.
At around 11 o'clock, Tia's parents had gone to bed. Jeffrey was in the living room, and Tia was at her bedroom window waiting on the boys.
At 11:05, Jonathan and James jump the fence and run over to Tia's bedroom window where she lets them in.
They had bandanas to cover their faces. They had stolen James' father's hunting knives. They came prepared.
Tia has a chance to save her family, but she only chooses to spare her brother Jeffrey's life.
You better get rid of him too, or we're gonna have to kill him.
Just give me 5 minutes before you go into my parents' room.
She told them that her brother Jeffrey was downstairs, and Jonathan made it very clear to her that if he wasn't in the basement, he was going to kill her brother.
So she decides to lure him into the basement by telling her brother that she wants to watch a movie.
It's quite possible that Tia spared Jeffrey's life because, after all, that was her sibling. But also in her mind, he had never crossed her.
By 11:30 p.m., everyone is in place. Tia is in the basement with brother Jeffrey. Jonathan and James are upstairs, creeping up on Paul and Mara.
They went into the bedroom where Mara and Paul were sleeping and started stabbing them.
She heard their blood-curdling cries and was completely unmoved by it.
And later, in the Detroit suburbs, Renata Hamilton's first shot at love may be her last taste of freedom.
She had no regard for that man's life. She fed him straight to the devil.
17-year-old Tia Skinner and her 18-year-old boyfriend Jonathan Kurtz have decided to murder her parents. While the Skinners sleep, Jonathan and his neighbor James Preston execute the horrifying plan.
Jonathan and James walked into that pitch-black room, and Jonathan began to stab Mara, and James began to stab Paul.
Despite the surprise attack, Paul manages to fight back.
Paul eventually got James into a chokehold, but he didn't have enough strength to hold him, so he got up and tried to chase them.
Tia heard blood-curdling cries from her parents. They were both yelling for help.
Jeffrey bolts up the basement stairs, and when he reaches the top, he follows a trail of blood to the front door and watches as his father stumbles back inside.
His father really didn't think he was going to make it, so he demanded that he go upstairs and try and save his mother instead.
In the master bedroom, Mara's been stabbed 26 times, but she's able to grab her phone and call 911.
Mom,
Just hang in there, it's okay. I'm gonna check on Dad.
Jeffrey's torn between which parent to help. Assessing that Mara's in better shape, he runs back downstairs in a last-ditch effort to save his father.
Jeffrey called for Tia's help, but she never came upstairs to help. Tia was downstairs as cool as a cucumber.
Tia! Tia, help!
It appears that Tia was so emotionally distant, so disconnected from her parents, that even though she heard their screams and their cries, that she was able to sit there, passionless, and just allow this crime to continue.
Her brother was in fight or flight mode, so Tia's action really went unnoticed.
20 minutes after the attack, paramedics arrive. Cradled in Jeffrey's arms, Paul takes his last breath. And a severely wounded Mara is rushed to the hospital for emergency surgery for excessive stab wounds. Yale County Police question Jeffrey and Tia, hoping to get some answers on the night's tragic events.
A first responder approached Tia while she was outside and informed her that her father had passed away and that her mother had been rushed to the hospital. And she showed no signs of emotion. She did respond by saying she wanted to go back in the house to retrieve her cell phone.
It's really remarkable that she remained so calm during this situation. But the reality is that her actions caused a severe rift in time and destiny for her parents, for her family, and certainly for her siblings.
Her lack of emotion is suspicious, and investigators are even more convinced she's involved when they find a telltale piece of evidence.
Police searching the grounds outside the privacy fence found the hand-drawn map that Tia had drawn with the crooked words printed, "My house."
When confronted with the map, she confesses, but isn't completely honest.
She eventually gave up James and Jonathan's names, and she admitted her involvement in the planning to kill her parents. But she said she called it off and they did it without her. So essentially, she turned on her boyfriend.
Tia was just resolute in saving her own skin. So she did what she thought she had to do, even if it meant turning on the guy that she did this all for.
Tia is arrested and taken into custody. Jonathan and James are arrested the following morning at their homes, 20 minutes down the road. Less than a year later, Tia Skinner, Jonathan Kurtz, and James Preston are tried together as co-conspirators in the murder and attempted murder of Paul and Mara Skinner.
When the trio went to court, they took opposing positions. James and Jonathan tried to blame Tia. The whole thing was her idea. Tia, on the other hand, put the blame on James and Jonathan.
Miraculously, Mara Skinner makes a full recovery and testifies against her daughter in court. All three are found guilty and sentenced to life without parole.
Being 17, 18 years old, and to come to the realization that now you are going to have to spend the rest of your natural life in prison. Now you're going to have to pay the price. You're going to have to pay for the crime by doing that time. Your life is over.
The Skinners stand against Tia and make statements during sentencing.
The family doesn't have a relationship with Tia, nor do they have the desire to have a relationship with Tia. It's almost as if they feel like the night that they lost Paul, they also lost Tia.
After sentencing, Tia never sees Jonathan again.
Tia has not offered an explanation for why she did what she did, although she has apologized to the family and written family members individual letters of apology.
Now that Tia has the time to sit in prison and look back at her life, she can't help but think what she gave up, that she had loving parents, that she had a loving family, and that she threw it all away trying to pursue young love.
Tia Skinner sacrificed her father's life for a boy she'd known for only 2 weeks. Some 40 miles south, in Detroit, Michigan, Renata Hamilton shared a willingness to make someone else pay the price to keep the love of her man. But her journey seems to start off on the right track.
Renata grew up in Detroit suburbs. She lived in middle-class neighborhoods. There wasn't a lot of violence. There weren't bad communities.
She had a pretty decent home life. There was no abuse in the home, and it was a loving family. She had close family ties.
By the age of 20, Renata's days are booked down to the minute.
Renata was working at a fast food restaurant, taking on as many shifts as she could, as well as she was attending college. She was in the accounting program at Baker College studying business. She was in a cycle in her life where most of her time was taken up by school and by work.
And nothing slows down her go-getter spirit. She's willing to make great sacrifice to push through the stress of her work-college balance.
She was staying with her cousin in Clinton Township and his friend, Brian, which was a one-bedroom apartment, and she was willing to sleep on the floor just so she could be close to school and close to work.
Renata was a worker bee. This is a young woman who worked her tail off at school, who worked as much as possible in order to make money and to survive. When she gave her all.
But all work and no play proves to be a lonely way to spend her 20s. And Renata gets tired of going it alone.
Yeah, she was a hopeless romantic. She loved the classic romantic movies, and she kind of longed, I think, for that sort of a relationship, someone to be that knight in shining armor.
But the man who is going to sweep her off her feet is a far cry from the Romeo she desires.
She was headed somewhere, and she allowed him to pull her into his dark little world.
And Renata Hamilton throws it all away for approval from her man.
Only her desire to be in that relationship would have had her make such a poor decision.
20-year-old Renata Hamilton works part-time and is on track to graduate college in a Detroit suburb, but she's distracted by her desire to find a man.
The fact that she had never really had a serious relationship kind of fueled her desire to have a man in her life.
That's why she rushes in with the first man that catches her eye. And despite his unemployment, 21-year-old Larry Stewart's dazzling smile captivates a love-crazed Renata.
Renata was hanging out with some of her friends, and they introduced her to Larry Stewart. Renata was initially attracted to Larry because he was thin and toned, and Renata was kind of on the heavy-set side, so her ideal man was exactly the opposite.
Larry knows a good girl when he sees one, so he wastes no time getting her number. Renata may like Larry's swagger, but it's no act, and Renata learns she's bitten off a little more than she can chew.
Larry was a criminal. His criminal history included domestic violence, obstructing police, marijuana possession, and assault with a dangerous weapon. Not the kind of guy you want to take home to mom and dad.
For Larry to have such a lengthy criminal history by the age of 21, you have to look back to his upbringing. Probably was very dysfunctional, probably didn't have many opportunities, but certainly this was a person who didn't make the right choices because possibly the choices weren't really there for him.
But when her friends tell her about Larry's past, she decides to take her chances and give him a shot.
She was just happy to have someone to love and be loved by.
With her new bad boy around, Renata breaks out of her shell and starts to live a little.
Larry was able to take her out of that humdrum study-work existence. He didn't have much money because he wasn't working, but he was a warm body, someone who showed her affection, and that was very important to her.
Larry started coming over to the apartment almost every day and sleeping over.
Even though she shares the apartment with cousin Justin and roommate Brian, Renata and Larry make a space for themselves together on the living room floor most nights. And she showers him with love every chance she gets.
She had been spending what little money she had on Larry, making sure that he was fed, buying him gifts. She was doing everything she could to maintain that relationship.
It's quite possible that living the existence she had, where it was really all work and all study and sleeping on a living room floor, Larry brought her love, and that was probably the only bright spot in her life at that point.
5 months into the relationship, Larry drops a bombshell when he tells Renata he owes $250 to a loan shark. Without a job, he doesn't have the money to pay it back. What's more, if he doesn't pay up soon, his life may be in danger.
Larry wasn't shy to ask people to help him. He was getting in over his head. He was trying to find ways to get money without really having to work.
She jumps into action, trying to clear Larry of his debt.
So Renata paid $100 of Larry's debt to this bad guy.
She was in love with somebody who didn't have her best interest at heart. She was in love with somebody who was going to do what he wanted and use anybody in his path to help him.
For Renata to give $100 to Larry to pay off the guy that he owed, some people would say, well, what's the big deal? That's not a lot of money. But for Renata, who was barely making it by financially, it was a major sacrifice, but one she gladly made because she loved Larry.
Despite Renata's generosity, Larry's still concerned for his life. And she can't imagine life without him, so she's willing to help him any way she can.
Larry proposed robbing someone. Renata bought into this plan. She really wanted to try to save Larry.
Are you with me?
Most couples at that stage of relationship begin to commit to one another. Renata and Larry decided to commit a crime.
Just outside Detroit, Michigan, 20-year-old Renata Hamilton has fallen in love with 21-year-old Larry Stewart. And now, she's willing to do anything to save her man's life from a loan shark.
Larry owed money, and Renata had only been able to pay $100 of it. Larry suggested to Renata that they plan to rob people so he could get money.
Are you with me?
Blinded by love, she joins forces with her criminal boyfriend to come up with the perfect robbery.
One thing that's very clear about Renata was she was dedicated and she was a worker bee. So when this plan came up by Larry to rob someone, she gave that her all. No matter how dangerous, she was willing to make it work.
And on her way to work, a few days later, Renata runs into 21-year-old Kevin Brown.
Kevin Brown was infatuated with Renata. Kevin worked at a local factory, and when he got off work, he typically went through the drive-thru and saw Renata's face. He flirted with her a lot.
As usual, she keeps Kevin hanging for the chance at a real date.
It truly is ironic that Renata, someone who really cherished love and wanted that in her life, would take someone like Kevin for granted. She disregarded him, treated him as if he was less than nothing.
And despite the continued rejection, Kevin hopes for a change of heart, though Renata's heart is in Larry's hands.
Renata was at home with Larry and mentioned to him that she had spoken to Kevin Brown. Larry knew about Kevin Brown. He had seen him driving a nice car, flashing wads of money, and that gave Larry his bright idea.
Kevin would cash his paychecks and keep the wad in his pocket. Larry thought that there would be hundreds, if not $1,000 in his pocket.
Larry believes Kevin's an easy target, but he'll need Renata's help in order to reel him in.
You do that.
The plan was for Renata to set Kevin up by telling him to pick her up for a date. When he came to pick her up, Larry would be hiding in the hallway and would jump out and rob him.
She puts the plan in motion and reaches out to Kevin with a private invitation to her apartment.
You can pick me up at my house Monday morning, okay? He's down, it's done.
For the first time in her life, Renata got what she always wanted, the love of a man. And at this point, she was willing to do anything in order to keep that relationship, even if it meant putting the life of another man on the line.
The following Monday, Renata awaits Kevin's arrival for their much-anticipated date.
She called Kevin to give him directions to the apartment, but they ended up staying on the phone the entire time. But she was also on the phone through call waiting with Larry.
Larry waits in the hallway outside Renata's door.
She was able to verify the type of car that Kevin was in, what Kevin was wearing, and she, of course, relayed that information to Larry so he knew who to look out for.
He's driving a Lexus truck, and he had on flannel and some jeans.
Kevin got out of the car and walked into the apartment building. Renata was listening by the door inside her apartment.
An anxious Kevin makes his way to her apartment.
Before Kevin could knock on Renata's front door, Larry came rushing at him with the gun out in hand, pointed at him.
To Larry's surprise, this is not going to be easy. Kevin Brown is ready for a fight.
Kevin Brown, in fact, grabbed the gun in Larry Stewart's hand, and the two of them began to struggle.
Renata watches the fight through the peephole. That's when the shots ring out.
Immediately after the struggle started, 2 rounds were fired.
One of the bullets went right through the front door of Renata's apartment. A shot went off.
Oh my God, Larry!
And then a second shot went off. And that one pierced the door and struck Renata in the stomach.
As Renata Hamilton watches through the peephole of her apartment door in Detroit, Michigan, her boyfriend Larry Stewart attempts to rob Kevin Brown. That's when 2 gunshots ring out.
The 2 rounds that were fired, one not only went through Kevin Brown, it went through the wall and struck Renata Hamilton.
Renata looked down at her stomach and realized she'd been shot. Her cousin Justin heard the gunshots and rushed out of the bedroom. He saw that she'd been shot and told her to go to the bathroom to clean up.
In the hall, in spite of his gunshot wounds, Kevin is fighting for his life. He wrestles Larry for control of the gun.
Kevin and Larry wound up tumbling down the stairs towards the front door. In the course of the fighting, Kevin was shot, but he still had strength enough to gain control of the gun, and he chased Larry away.
A severely wounded Kevin collapses on the sidewalk.
So during the course of this whole gunfight, Larry was actually shot once in the bicep. Kevin was shot 4 times, twice in the chest, once in the back, and once in the leg.
Back upstairs, Renata's too afraid to step outside. Instead, she calls Larry to make sure he's okay.
Larry answered the phone, and Renata told him that she'd been shot.
I need you right now, I've been shot!
Girl, I was shot too.
He told her that he'd been shot too, and to call 911. Then he hung up.
When Clinton Township police arrive to the scene, they discover Kevin laying on the sidewalk, clinging to life.
Kevin never told him what happened. Kevin's concern was so great for his life. All he could focus on was repeatedly asking for an ambulance.
As Kevin's rushed to the hospital, police become aware that a second victim from the apartment is being transported to the emergency room.
At that time, they thought that she was just the victim of a stray bullet.
Now that police are aware that the 2 victims know each other, they hope Renata can provide more information on what was behind the shooting.
She told them that that was her date and that he was on his way to pick her up.
But they are held off on further questioning until both victims are treated. In the ER, Renata and Kevin are placed in adjoining rooms, separated by a curtain. Luckily for her, she was only grazed, and the wound looks worse than it is. But Kevin is not so fortunate.
Kevin succumbed to his injuries. When Renata found out that Kevin had died, her reaction was cold and emotionless. All she said was, "Oh no."
It's sad to think that what Kevin saw as an opportunity to finally be with Renata to find some love actually ended up in his demise.
While Renata is in the hospital, her roommate Brian starts talking to detectives.
Brian told the police that he had seen Renata and Larry with a gun just the night before.
Police realize that Renata's covering for her boyfriend. They head back to her hospital room where she's discharged, and they take her down to the police station.
Who's Larry Stewart?
Feeling cornered, Renata gives up her loyalty to Larry to save her own skin.
Renata told police that it was just supposed to be a robbery and that no one was supposed to get hurt, and that her role was simply to lure Kevin to that apartment building.
She's placed under arrest for the murder of Kevin Brown. Meanwhile, Larry is on the run. He is moving from house to house, attempting to evade capture.
Once the police knew Larry Stewart was involved, they got a photograph. The media was called. His picture was placed on all the newscasts. Nobody knew where he was. The police continued to work every tip that came in.
Then, 2 days after the murder, Larry Stewart turns himself into the Clinton Township Police Station. He's not seen a doctor since his gunshot wound to the arm, and he's weak and desperate for medical attention.
He turned himself in because he ran out of options. He's got nowhere to go. He also probably knows if you go to the hospital with a gunshot wound, they have to call the police. One of the first things he tells the police is he's cold, and he's hungry, and he's in pain.
He is treated for his wound, then he is immediately taken into custody. 7 months after the murder, Renata Hamilton and Larry Stewart are tried for murder.
Both Larry and Renata were tried together because they did the crime together. They planned the crime and carried out the crime together.
Neither blame each other for Kevin's death, but neither take responsibility either.
Renata's defense was, though she helped bring him there, she didn't know there was going to be a robbery. She didn't know that Larry was going to use the gun.
Larry told police that he thought Renata was cheating on him with Kevin. So he, that morning, confronted Kevin, and Kevin is the one that pulled the gun. So Larry says he was just defending himself.
6 months after Kevin's murder, Renata Hamilton and Larry Stewart are convicted of armed robbery, murder, and conspiracy. Both are given mandatory life sentences without parole.
I really do think that she thought that her penalties, if convicted, would be much less than what Larry would get because he's the trigger man. I don't think she realized at all that she was gonna be looking at life in prison.
Renata made choices based on her heart and not her head, and the consequences were disastrous. The death of an innocent man, and Renata herself now spending the rest of her life in jail.
I would hope that she's regretful. I mean, for the love of a man, you throw it all away. It's mind-boggling, but some people are desperate for love and affection, no matter how it comes. I would hope that Renata Hamilton has some regrets for participating in the murder of Kevin Brown.
This is truly a tragic ending to this girl's first and only chance at love. She'll never have another chance at romance again.
Renata was in love. It was Renata who loved Larry. It was Renata who sacrificed for Larry. It was Renata who changed her life for Larry. And in the end, he didn't love her. And what she did for him cost Kevin Brown his life.
They say, find a man that treats you like a queen, who showers you with love, attention, and the finer things in life. But what if your king begins to lose the throne? The kingdom you've built together begins to crumble. Would you get out while you still can? Or stay by his side as everything falls apart? February 8th, 1995, Elkton, Maryland. It's late Wednesday morning, and 2 state troopers are watching traffic on one of the town's main roads.
So the police were out patrolling the streets as they usually do.
Suddenly, a sedan with New York plates speeds past.
The vehicle was going well above the speed limit.
So the police turned on their sirens and pursued the vehicle.
Fortunately, the driver pulls over without incident.
They asked to see his driver's license.
In reviewing the young man's ID, the troopers learn he is 27-year-old Alan Tate, and he lives 140 miles away in Brooklyn, New York.
Alan Tate, he's just acting suspiciously.
During the traffic stop, Alan was visibly nervous, almost panicking.
When the troopers ask to see Alan's vehicle registration, they notice something even more alarming.
When Alan reached for his registration, the officer saw a little baggie of white powder.
Then those antennas go up, and then cops thinking something's not right.
The troopers order Alan to get out of the car.
Cop brings him out, searches the vehicle, and then bingo.
In the trunk of the car, they find a black bag full of cash, drug paraphernalia, and 300 grams of crack cocaine.
That's over $15,000 worth of drugs.
That amount of drugs, it's not for personal use. It's an intent to sell.
For the authorities, this traffic stop turned drug bust is only the beginning.
He's definitely working for somebody. So they want to find out who is he working for and how big of an operation this is.
But to take this case all the way to the top and catch the kingpin, authorities will need the cooperation of his queen.
She was loyal to him. She was ride or die, by his side.
"18-year-old Michelle Miles was proud to be a Brooklyn native.
Michelle grew up in the Marcy Projects, which is public housing in New York City.
These housing projects are tight-knit.
We did a lot of singing and dancing and all those things, and when we got together, we did have fun.
Michelle was known for her warm personality.
She just had a really sweet spirit. It was almost very innocent.
She's kind-hearted. She would always give me a hug. She would always make me laugh.
Life in the projects wasn't always easy, but Michelle kept her head held high.
Michelle's biological father wasn't really in the picture, so it fell really on her mother to support the family.
What you find oftentimes in the urban areas is that there's just not a whole lot of opportunities out there.
Regardless of her family's circumstances, Michelle was determined to be successful.
She was on the road to finishing high school, and she aspired to go to college.
Michelle wanted to be able to take care of herself as well as her family.
One afternoon, Michelle met a fellow Marcy Projects resident that would change her life forever. 30-year-old Stanley Burrell.
We were sitting outside, me and a few friends on a bench. He happened to come in the direction where we were. And he was like, "Can I talk to you for a second?" And I was like, "Me?"
Michelle was stunned by the older man's attention. Stanley had a reputation around the neighborhood.
His name was out there. Everybody was talking about him, girls, guys, whoever.
All the girls wanted him. He had swag, he had clout, he had it all.
That's kind of what attracted me to him.
Rumor had it that Stanley didn't exactly get his money the legal way. But Michelle was still smitten.
We knew he a drug dealer, he got money.
Drug dealing wasn't necessarily frowned upon in the neighborhood. Sometimes it's revered. It's kind of reinforced from all angles. We have it in our music, we have it in our TV.
Stanley told Michelle he'd had his eye on her for a while.
He was like, oh, I heard you ain't got no man. You need somebody to take care of you. I guess it reeled me in.
Stanley was very smooth in his approach. Him being older and more mature, it coaxes her, it massages her self-esteem.
When Stanley asked to take Michelle out on a date, she jumped at the opportunity.
Someone such as Stanley, the second that person speaks to you, you don't lose out on the opportunity. It could be a once-in-a-lifetime shot.
Stanley took her to a movie, a nice dinner, very romantic.
He laid it on thick, gave her the love, showed her all the things that she wanted.
No man had ever treated Michelle the way this man did. He treated her just like a princess.
Stanley may have made Michelle feel like a princess when he wined and dined her. But in the bedroom, he made her feel like a queen.
I thought it was amazing. I really did, because he did things to me that I was like, okay, I never had that done.
The attraction between the two of them, it was magnetic.
Here was this man who told her she was beautiful, told her he wanted to be with her, and she fell in love and she fell hard.
Soon, the couple took their relationship to the next level. Michelle moved in with Stanley, and her entire lifestyle changed.
I saw, like, from her not having anything to having things now, like nice clothes, nice sneakers.
I stayed with the latest of whatever they had at the time.
She was like the queen of the projects. My man is Stan. He's the guy who runs things. So it actually gave her a badge of honor.
But Michelle didn't realize that badge of honor would one day make her a target and force her to choose between her freedom or her man. February 8th, 1995. Maryland state troopers have just discovered drugs in the trunk of Alan Tate's car.
There's scales, there's packaging, and there's also money.
This wasn't just some random guy's drug stash. This guy's a drug courier.
The state troopers take Alan into custody.
The police know that if he's the one transporting the drugs, he's working for somebody. Their next objective is to find out who he's working for.
Back at the station, Maryland police have gotten the FBI involved.
They know this is a bigger operation, so the feds come in.
When the police see someone carrying this big of an amount of drugs, they consider it a really big deal.
When FBI agents sit down with Alan Tate, it doesn't take long for him to crack.
He says he's just the driver, and the people that they really should be looking for are Stanley Burrell and Michelle Miles.
As Alan starts to tell his story, he'll launch a 2-year undercover operation to take down one of New York's biggest drug rings and reveal the tumultuous relationship at the center of it all.
So this couple thought that they were untouchable, that they were above the law.
In the summer of 1990, 18-year-old Michelle Miles fell hard for 30-year-old rumored drug dealer Stanley Burrell.
He was a lot older than her. Michelle was young, but she loved him. That was her man.
He enticed me. He told me, oh, I could take care of you. And I said, oh, maybe there's some truth to that.
The guys that are hustling, you know, selling drugs, they have the swag, they have the juice.
He gave her gifts, gave her a sense of self as well as support.
In the project, they was considered the king and queen.
But Michelle would soon learn the flashy new lifestyle her man afforded her came at a price.
Michelle had no idea that her newfound love was about to cost her everything.
February 8th, 1995. FBI agents are sitting down with 27-year-old Alan Tate.
His vehicle was searched, and they discovered 300 grams of crack cocaine.
It's clear to cops that Alan is just a driver, so what they want to know now is who's running the show.
Alan Tate was claiming to be a courier for Stanley Burrell and his girlfriend, Michelle Miles.
Alan claims to have a wealth of information about Stanley and Michelle.
He claims that in addition to working with the couple, he was actually good friends with them as well.
Alan explains Stanley had been involved in the drug game for a while before he started dating Michelle. But eventually, Stanley decided to introduce Michelle into the business.
Alan remembers one night where he and some of the other members of the organization were in a Brooklyn apartment that was not too far away from the projects. This is pretty much a trap house. They were dividing drugs and packaging them for distribution.
At one point, Stanley showed up with Michelle.
I went into the room and I seen the drugs.
Stan explained to her that that was crack cocaine. And in the other pile, there was heroin.
According to Alan, Michelle seemed taken aback.
She'd heard some rumors, but he had never brought her around the organization.
I never seen it, nor was I around it. I've never seen it up close like that.
Alan says then Stanley requested something from Michelle that no one expected.
Stanley asked me if I would help him package the drugs. And I was like, are you serious?
Michelle was in total shock. This was a huge leap into Stanley's reality.
Alan says Stanley began to coax Michelle and assure her that everything would be okay.
He told her to trust him. He wouldn't let anything happen to her, but he needed her help.
She had a major sense of loyalty to him to stick by his side.
Eventually, Michelle conceded to her man.
I gave in because I was in love with him. I'm gonna do what I can to keep him.
Alan tells detectives that he saw a turn in Michelle that night.
When she first got there, she was scared, she was nervous. By the end of the night, she was packaging drugs like a pro.
She would do whatever he asked her to do, with no questions about it.
I was ride or die.
With Stanley's guidance, Michelle gradually became a key player in the organization.
Stanley taught me to purchase drugs, he taught me to cook them, and he taught me to package them as well.
She was called the Master Chef. She was called the Get Money Chick.
In fact, Alan claims Michelle became the one keeping track of all the money.
His friends collected the money. After they did that, the money would come to me.
Alan says Stanley was giving Michelle a solid cut of their profits.
He gave me $1,100 a week. Making that $1,100 a week was very appealing to me at that age.
They was king and queen. Everybody knew they had money. They running everything.
But according to Alan, by the summer of 1994, there started to be trouble in paradise for the couple.
I found out that Stan is messing with someone else.
Alan says it all came to a head one night at the trap house.
Suddenly, Michelle burst through the door and is asking, "Where's Stanley? Where's Stanley?"
They're trying to tell her that he wasn't there.
But Michelle made a beeline for the bedroom.
I go to the back, and then I caught them. So we start fighting. And then he come and trying to pull us apart. He eventually separated us.
Alan says things only escalated from there.
I knew where he kept his weapon. So I went and got the gun. I knew how to use the gun because he taught me how to shoot. I'm like, walk, bitch.
After the woman left, Michelle was still clearly distraught.
I'm sick. Like, I'm really literally like sick. Like, how could he do this? He was trying to talk to me. I didn't want to hear anything he had to say. Words wouldn't even come out my mouth at that point.
But Alan says as Stanley continued to beg for forgiveness from Michelle, her demeanor changed.
He said whatever to convince me not to leave him. And I stayed with him, even after that. I didn't want to lose whatever we had.
She didn't want to lose the connection that she had with Stanley. He was not only a friend, a lover, he was her everything.
Men like Stanley, they manipulate and they take advantage of you for their own benefit. She loved him authentically. He really just wanted to use her as bait to help him make money, to help him survive.
Alan claims Stanley continued to sleep around on Michelle and even got another woman pregnant. But Michelle still stayed faithful.
I was doing everything against all that I saw, and I still continued to stay in that relationship. At no point I didn't break my loyalty to him, no matter how angry I had become with him. It was easier to stay than to walk away.
Alan says their drug operation grew bigger and bigger, despite the tumultuous relationship between Stanley and Michelle.
Michelle happened to be right alongside of Stan, organizing, cutting up. She is the queen pin.
He had a lot of people working for him. While he wasn't around, he kind of like had me in control of who got what and when. And whatever went out, I had to keep a mental note. And he would know from me what was where and if it was running low.
With Alan's statement in tow, investigators decide to move in on Stanley and Michelle. But nabbing the pillars of this drug operation will prove easier said than done.
She wasn't about to turn him in. She's willing to risk it all to stay with him.
Michelle was looking for love in all the wrong places. You end up wanting to be with this person, or a person is giving you some attention, and the attention that you've lacked your entire life. And now someone is promising you a future. And they end up taking you somewhere that you never thought that you would end up. She was really misguided into a lifestyle that wasn't something that she would have done on her own.
February 1995. The FBI is investigating a Brooklyn drug operation run by kingpin Stanley Burrell and his girlfriend, Michelle Miles.
Michelle was functioning kind of as Stanley's office or business manager.
Michelle helped essentially cook and package, then track the money and the product of Stanley's whole operation.
Law enforcement was tipped off to the couple after apprehending Alan Tate. He was actually one of the drug couriers who was caught delivering crack cocaine.
Now that Alan has told all, federal and local authorities launch a major investigation of the drug ring based inside the Marcy houses. Determined to get Michelle and her man, the task force puts the community under heavy surveillance.
The feds have so much and so many resources. They will set up cameras over by traffic lights. They will bug payphones, surveillance through helicopters. When the feds are following you, it's unlimited.
The police are arresting as many associates of Stanley and Michelle as they can to get those key witness statements.
Every time that someone was picked up from the Marcy houses, Stanley's name came up. His name just kept coming up.
It doesn't take long for word of the investigation to filter back to Stanley.
It was a well-known fact within the projects that Stanley was under investigation and the feds were looking for him.
Stanley, he was high, and
Stanley is always on the move. He's always staying in different places, trying to stay ahead of the investigation.
Yet even with Stanley lying low and the Marcy houses buzzing with word that the feds are gunning for him, Stanley assures Michelle that she isn't in danger.
he told me the feds wasn't looking for me, they was looking for him.
In order for Stanley to stay low, he sends Michelle out to do his drug runs for him.
He asked me to go uptown to purchase the drugs. My life was going downhill from there. I knew I was allowing a lot of that stuff in my life, but I still kept going. So I said, okay, I'll go.
She would sacrifice herself if she had to please her man.
Little did Michelle know, she was being watched. The next morning, with this new surveillance in tow, the feds are finally ready to act.
The FBI feel they have enough information and they're ready to close the investigation. It was time to close in on Michelle and Stanley.
As Michelle heads to her car in the fall of 1997, 2 years after the investigation began, undercover agents are waiting outside her home.
I see this car that's parked outside. I said something strange about this vehicle because the only people who parked on that block was the people that live there.
Moments later, the agents make their move.
2 people jump out, guns pointing at everything. And I'm looking like, oh, I'm gonna get kidnapped.
But in the next instant, Michelle realizes these are no kidnappers.
They pulled their badges out. That's when I knew I'm going to jail.
They immediately have her put her hands behind her back and they place her under arrest.
Now that they have Michelle in custody, the agents press her to give up her boyfriend, the kingpin of the drug operation, Stanley Burrell.
I'm sitting there, they questioning me, where's Stanley? So they was like, you need to tell us if he in there.
Their main objective is to get to Stanley.
In the fall of 1997, federal agents have just arrested 25-year-old Michelle Miles outside her Brooklyn apartment for her participation in an extensive drug trafficking operation. Now that they have Michelle in custody, investigators' priority is locating her man and kingpin of the organization, 37-year-old Stanley Burrell.
They had reason to believe he was somewhere in the house where they just arrested Michelle.
But when police ask Michelle to tell them where Stanley is hiding inside, she refuses to cooperate.
I said, you got all the wrong information. I haven't seen him. Even though I know they know, and he was right in the house.
Law enforcement pressured her into pointing them in Stan's direction.
They said, this is your last chance to tell us, because we're going to go in there, we're going to go in there with force.
But Michelle doesn't budge.
I said, if that's what you're going to do, that's what you're going to do.
Even in the process of being arrested, there still was that sense of loyalty. You know, I'm riding for him.
With Michelle refusing to give in, authorities take up position outside the townhome and prepare for entry.
They were preparing essentially for the worst. Stanley could be armed and dangerous.
Authorities bust open the door and rush inside.
They did not see him immediately anywhere inside the house, so they decided to do a sweep of the home.
They eventually found him hiding upstairs in a closet.
Moments later, agents escort a handcuffed Stanley to the police cruiser.
They bring him out, sit him in the same vehicle that I'm in. He didn't know I was in there until he got in.
The stakes are high in this situation, but Stanley seems calm.
He didn't even have to say to me, Michelle, don't say anything, because he already knew I wouldn't.
Instead, all Stanley says is for Michelle not to worry.
Stanley was nonchalant about it. Like, they ain't got nothing. We good. They got nothing.
It's true. Law enforcement doesn't find any drugs inside Stanley and Michelle's home.
When you go to lock up a kingpin, you know there's not going to be any drugs there.
However, the search does uncover a different treasure trove of evidence.
They find stacks of cash. They found records of sales going back about 7 years.
Every kingpin, every major drug operation has to document the money. Who's owed, who needs to be paid. They're coded, but they're not too hard to decipher.
And they also found pictures of Stanley and his crew posing with money and with jewels and cars and showing off the fruits of their labor.
Before the morning's over, many of the people pictured will be in police custody.
Michelle and Stanley were among 16 people arrested.
After their search of the home, federal agents head back to the station and prepare to interview their suspects. They begin with Stanley.
Stanley doesn't say very much, kind of takes the position that, listen, that money that you found, I earned that money working on cars. I'm a mechanic, and this is how I made my living.
The agents don't believe a word of it.
They know Stanley is the head of the operation.
You had a bunch of men who pointed Stanley as the ringleader.
They also had surveillance of Stanley with known members of that drug ring.
As time moved on, Stanley asked for an attorney. All discussions are off.
With Stanley remaining tight-lipped, they hope they'll have better luck in their talk with Michelle.
The hopes is that she will turn on her boyfriend and give up information on Stanley.
When it's Michelle's turn in the hot seat, will she tell all? Or will she protect her man?
The feds told me, we know you know everything about Stanley Burrell and his organization, and if you tell us, we'll let you go.
She was being offered an opportunity and an outlet.
She has to make an incredibly difficult decision. She's either going to protect herself or protect her man.
In the fall of 1997, 25-year-old Michelle Miles and her boyfriend, Stanley Burrell, are both in federal custody.
This was pursuant to a NYPD and FBI joint task force targeted drug ring that was allegedly run by Michelle and Stanley.
When federal agents questioned Stanley, he denied everything.
Stanley maintains his innocence when questioned by law enforcement. He said, I've never sold drugs, and if I was a drug dealer, why didn't you find any drugs in my home?
Now, authorities are hoping they'll have better luck with Michelle.
They also know that Michelle is a big part of the operation, and she's probably privy to most of the information as far as how the operation works. So the object is to separate her, put her in a room, and apply pressure.
Once in the room with Michelle, the agents hold nothing back.
They tell Michelle they know that she's cooked, packaged, and handled money for Stanley, and has gone on drug runs for him.
They inform her they have someone who's willing to testify that he was carrying drugs for Stanley and them.
That someone is drug courier turned informant Alan Tate, the man whose arrest triggered the entire investigation.
He made it out as if he worked for them, that he had a position within that organization, that he'd made trips on behalf of Michelle and Stanley.
They lay that on her. They tell her what she's dealing with, what she's facing.
This isn't like when you're busted for possession. Michelle was busted for a massive interstate drug conspiracy.
It's federal. Feds will put you away for life.
But even as the agents apply pressure, they also offer Michelle a way out by giving up Stanley.
They told me that they didn't want me. They wanted him. So if I helped them, they would let me go.
Given the circumstances, it's a tempting offer.
Michelle finds herself at crossroads, facing the biggest decision of her life. Protect myself, protect my man.
To investigators' surprise, Michelle remains faithful to Stanley.
My response was that where we came from, we don't snitch. I felt I needed to do that for my man.
This was her guy. This is her person. This was the love of her life. She was going to support him and she was going to ride for him.
Michelle's refusal to cooperate is a bitter disappointment for the agents who spent 2 years building the case against Stanley.
They thought they was gonna break me, and they didn't.
After letting Michelle stew in a holding cell for several days, federal prosecutors approach her with one last offer.
They would allow her to plead guilty to a lesser charge if she in turn testified against Stanley.
Michelle's public defender urges her to take the deal. But once again, Michelle shocks everyone.
She'd refused to go along with the plea deal.
Not only does she say no, she fires her attorney.
I ended up petitioning the court to relieve the counsel that was on my case because he was telling that it was in my best interest that I cooperate, and I still was protecting my man.
She wouldn't give in. You know, she wouldn't save herself. She would rather save him than save herself.
Despite the things that she had been through in her past for Stanley. Michelle did so much to stay loyal to her man that didn't even stop after she was arrested.
Stanley, also in jail awaiting trial, coaxes Michelle to continue to keep quiet.
Me and Stanley, we sent letters back and forth. He was always like, I love you, you're gonna be okay. I have your best interest at heart. Don't worry, everything is gonna work itself out. They have nothing, this is all I've heard from the beginning. You're gonna be fine, you're gonna get out. They're not gonna convict you.
The person she trusts the most, Stanley, is really guiding her.
I didn't break my loyalty to him. So now, I guess I have to fight.
But is Michelle making a grave mistake?
Michelle's welfare wasn't something that really crossed his mind.
He had some type of mind control on her.
Stan just wanted to be aware of the moves that were being made by Michelle.
I think that Stanley loved Michelle, but he wasn't in love with her. You can't be in love with a woman and put her in that situation. You can love someone because of the person that they are. But if you're in love with someone, you would never put them in harm's way. So there's no way that he could have possibly been in love with her. Not by a long shot.
In February 1999, 27-year-old Michelle Miles and her 39-year-old boyfriend, Stanley Burrell, go on trial together in federal court.
They were both charged with conspiracy to distribute heroin and crack cocaine.
If convicted under some of these conspiracy-type statutes, you were looking at long sentences.
Despite facing as much as life in prison, Michelle has refused repeated offers of reduced charges if she would agree to testify against Stanley.
In spite all of that had happened, Michelle was still in love with Stanley and still protecting her man.
This girl was loyal until the end. She couldn't see what was being done to her.
Stanley convinced me that I wouldn't get convicted.
In reality, the odds are stacked against Michelle and Stanley.
To help make his case, the prosecutor had documents, mountains of photographic evidence, a witness in Alan Tate, who was willing to testify against both Stanley and Michelle, and get a deal.
Many of the people arrested alongside Stanley and Michelle, their associates, runners, and lookouts, also take the stand.
Almost everybody turned on Stanley except Michelle.
In the end, Michelle's faith in Stanley proves misguided.
The final verdict was guilty on all counts.
Stanley didn't show any emotion, but Michelle, she was heartbroken.
I felt like my life was over. It didn't seem real at all. I thought it was a bad dream and I was gonna wake up from it, but I knew it was real.
When the judge reads Michelle her sentence, it's clear her nightmare is only just beginning.
She got 360 months, which equates to 30 years.
I screamed because I said, how do I get 30 years in prison? How?
When it's Stanley's turn for sentencing, the judge doesn't go easy on the kingpin either.
He was sentenced to life in prison.
Michelle's refusal to testify against him and cooperate with prosecutors essentially was for nothing because Stanley still got the most severe punishment.
Now neither of them would be free.
From behind bars, and with the gravity of her sentence weighing on her, Michelle finally starts to break free from Stanley's grasp.
I just felt like, Michelle, you have to separate yourself from him. Because this man is gonna be the death of you. Look at what I'm going through right now. Had I not continued on in this relationship, I wouldn't be here.
In 2016, after 19 years behind bars, Michelle gets an opportunity for a second chance at freedom.
President Obama launched the Clemency Project. It allows qualified federal inmates to petition to have their sentences commuted.
This program was aimed to help non-violent drug offenders just like Michelle.
Michelle works with a pro bono attorney to apply for the program. And in May of that year, she receives an official response signed by President Obama.
The letter said that you are a prime example of rehabilitation, and therefore I granted you clemency. I screamed. A huge weight was lifted that day.
Since her release, Michelle hasn't missed a beat in rebuilding her life.
I'm so proud of her because she came home and she got right on her feet.
Michelle is in a healthy relationship. She has her own place. She's gainfully employed.
Right now, I work for a nonprofit organization that deals with formerly incarcerated individuals.
She has taken control of her life and she's making healthy choices and she's understanding her worth and she loves herself and she loves her freedom.
Michelle hopes her experience can serve as a warning to other young women who face a similar dilemma: losing yourself in your man.
I wish to reach young girls to really deter them from making the same mistake that I did. Don't do it. Don't date a drug dealer. Don't date anyone doing anything illegal. It only leads to exactly what happened to me, prison. Or a casket, depending.
Every king needs a queen, a woman with whom to share the spoils of his kingdom, and a love more powerful than any bond. But when you're in too deep, and your crown begins to tarnish, your kingdom can fade before your eyes. And when you begin to fall, your king isn't there to catch you.
ਤਨ ਤਨ ਸੋਡੀ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਤਨ 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 ਸੋਡੀ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਭਾਨੀ ਦੇ ਆ ਵੀਰ ਪਿਆਰਿਆ ਤਨ 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 ਸੋਡੀ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਭਾਨੀ ਦੇ ਆ ਵੀਰ ਪਿਆਰਿਆ ਐਵੇਂ ਆ ਕੇ ਸੰਗਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਤਾਰ ਜਾ ਐਵੇਂ ਆ ਕੇ ਸੰਗਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਤਾਰ ਜਾ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਵੀਰ ਨਾਰਸਿਓ ਨੂੰ ਤਾਰਿਆ ਤਨ 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 ਸੋਡੀ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਭਾਨੀ ਦੇ ਆ ਵੀਰ ਪਿਆਰਿਆ ਜੀ ਸੰਗਤਾਂ ਉਡੀਕਦੀਆਂ ਪੁੱਤ ਰਾਮ ਸਿੰਘ ਦੇ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਕੌਰ ਦੇ ਤਾਰੇ ਕਰਤਾਰਪੁਰੇ ਦੀ ਧਰਤੀ ਅੱਜ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਆਵਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਮਾਰੇ ਪੁੱਤ ਰਾਮ ਸਿੰਘ ਦੇ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਕੌਰ ਦੇ ਤਾਰੇ ਕਰਤਾਰਪੁਰੇ ਦੀ ਧਰਤੀ ਅੱਜ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਆਵਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਮਾਰੇ ਤੇਜਾ ਸਹਾਰਾ ਅੱਜ ਆਣ ਕੇ ਤੇਜਾ ਸਹਾਰਾ ਅੱਜ ਆਣ ਕੇ ਦੁਖੀ ਗਰੀਬਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਹਾਰਿਆ ਤਨ 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 ਸੋਡੀ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਭਾਨੀ ਦੇ ਆ ਵੀਰ ਪਿਆਰਿਆ ਜੀ ਸੰਗਤਾਂ ਉਡੀਕਦੀਆਂ ਗੰਗਾ ਰਾਮ ਦਾ ਬੇੜਾ ਮੰਗਦਾ ਏ ਮੋਢਾ ਤੇਰਾ ਪੱਗੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਤੇ ਚੜ ਕੇ ਆ ਜਾ ਪਾਨੀ ਦਿਆ ਵੀਰਾ ਅੱਜ ਗੰਗਾ ਰਾਮ ਦਾ ਬੇੜਾ ਮੰਗਦਾ ਏ ਮੋਢਾ ਤੇਰਾ ਪੱਗੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਤੇ ਚੜ ਕੇ ਆ ਜਾ ਪਾਨੀ ਦਿਆ ਵੀਰਾ ਬੇਰੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਮੰਜੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਆਣ ਕੇ ਬੇਰੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਮੰਜੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਬੈਠ ਕੇ ਤਾਰ ਜਾ ਤੂੰ ਤਾਰ ਨਿਹਾਰਿਆ ਤਨ 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 ਸੋਡੀ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਭਾਨੀ ਦੇ ਆ ਵੀਰ ਪਿਆਰਿਆ ਜੀ ਸੰਗਤਾਂ ਉਡੀਕਦੀਆਂ ਤਾਤੀ ਵਾਉਣਾ ਲਾਗੀ ਪਾਰ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਸਰਨਾਈ ਪੜ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਗੁਰੂ ਪੰਜਵੇਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਤਨਾਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਤੇ ਪਾਈ ਤਾਤੀ ਵਾਉਣਾ ਲਾਗੀ ਪਾਰ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਸਰਨਾਈ ਪੜ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਗੁਰੂ ਪੰਜਵੇਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਤਨਾਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਤੇ ਪਾਈ ਜਸ ਗਾ ਕੇ ਚਾਲ ਗੁਰਦੇਵ ਨੇ ਜਸ ਗਾ ਕੇ ਚਾਲ ਗੁਰਦੇਵ ਨੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਇਹ ਜਨਮ ਸਵਾਰਿਆ ਐਵੇਂ ਆ ਕੇ ਸੰਗਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਤਾਰ ਜਾ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਵੀਰ ਨਾਰਸੋਂ ਨੂੰ ਤਾਰਿਆ ਜਿਸ